Seattle Sports App.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's do this. Good morning. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Seattle Sports application and 97.3 HD2, the podcast platforms out there, YouTube, all of the above. Thanks for finding us wherever you do on a formal Friday. Everyone is formally ready for the weekend. I know I am. Sad that there's no overnight Mariners text. Those are sad. I love those. They really become my favorite part of the show every day. But with no game last night, no overnight or late night Mariner text. We did get a funny one from California. Maybe you would enjoy this, Maura. This is from the 619 San Diego. I'm a UW grad, and I spent the majority of my life growing up in Bellevue. You can always assume where this is going to go after hearing that it's similar to, I grew up in Puyallup, 4 streets over from the Hewards. Like, you always know what's going to happen next. Brock was a stud quarterback for us. Duh. Except in the Nebraska game. Oh, that's nice of you to say. I was in the stands, and it was painful to watch. But overall, Brock, we UW alums love you. I'm a new listener, and I enjoy your show. I live in San Diego, so I really only listen to highlight clips. Regarding the debate about Derek Hall, is Salk always such a whining baby? That segment was cringeworthy. All right, well, first of all, I appreciate you adding worthy to cringe. That was nice. Secondly, when you compliment people, do you always insult them at the same time? And then finally, regarding the debate about Derek Hall and whether or not I'm such a whining baby. If you felt like I was whining yesterday about Derek Hall, then yes, I suppose I am always a whining baby. But I don't know that I was whining about Derek Hall so much as I was saying the Seahawks should sign him, and I don't want to hear any excuses that they can't because of Byron Murphy.
When you were like, I don't want to hear that, don't tell me. You had like a little Veruca Salt going on.
Oh, did I? Well, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't care.
I don't want to hear it.
I don't.
I want both, and I want you to make that happen.
No.
You had like a little...
It's not that I want both and I want you to make that happen. It's that I was told at the time that we would not have to have this conversation. I don't want to hear it. I didn't want them to sign a wide receiver for big money. And and my number one concern at the time, and it has not changed.
And you're not talking about JSN. You're talking about Rashid Shaheed.
Right. And... well, it was Rashid Shaheed and keeping Bobo and keeping Cooper Kupp for another year. Like, that's all fine, but it cannot come at the expense of Derek Hall and Byron Murphy. And by the way, not only do I say that they should sign both of those guys, I will tell you today, I believe they will. I believe they will sign Derek Hall, and I believe they will sign Byron Murphy. I believe both of those players will get new contracts from the Seahawks when it's all said and done. They will both get a second contract from the Seahawks. It just makes too much sense. Just makes too much sense. And I mean, Brock and I can argue about Derek Hall and whether or not that's the best place to spend the money. I think it is. But I really am not gonna hear the argument of, well, then you can't sign Byron Murphy. That is a decision that should never, ever have to come up. You should never have had to choose between those two guys. You gotta borrow from some other spot that is less important rather than waiting and having to make that decision. So I don't think that will come. I am reasonably confident that if the Seahawks have gotten to this point, that once they let Boye Mafe walk, they knew that they had the scratch to be able to sign both Derek Hall and Byron Murphy. And I think that's what will happen. I really do. So maybe I'm being a whining baby about this. I don't know. But I absolutely believe that that's how this should go and how it will. Let's see. Probably a dumb question. Yes, I'm a teacher, and yes, dumb questions exist. But if we text you guys at midnight right after the game, they'll be there ready for you the next day. Yeah, I can see all the overnight stuff. It's just like I should take a picture sometime of the text toy. It's always been a bit of a secret.
You have to block all the phone numbers.
I guess that's true. Damn it. All right, I'm not doing that. That's too much work. I'm like, no, that's probably not going to. I mean, maybe I will. I do like just the idea of you guys seeing what it looks like. It's just a web page, and it's just like a scrolling list of texts that come in. You see the phone number, and then you see the text. And if you click on it, you can see all of the texts that person has ever sent. So if you're crazy, I can see, right? Like if you've
sometimes there's a theme if you keep scrolling through someone's text.
If you've texted 25 times to say you're never going to listen again, I know you're full of it because I've seen all the other texts that show you are still listening. And if you're somebody that just insults me every day, I know that it's not like a new insult. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's just a person who insults me every day. That's fine. I can deal with that. It's not a new insult. It's an old insult again. That's fine. So, yeah, that's kind of how the text toy works. Yes, if you text at midnight, I'll see it when I come in the morning. And I usually come into the studio a few minutes early just to check, just to see what's on there.
I mean, we didn't get overnight text, but do people want to send their Jared Kelnick season predictions on the text line or series predictions?
What do you think? What do you think Kelnick does in this? How many games does he play? All 3? 2?
I mean, the Mariners don't have a lefty in the rotation, so he could play all 3.
All right, so let's say he plays all 3 games. What does Kelnick do? Let's say he gets 12 at-bats.
Okay.
12 plate appearances.
You want to say 3 for 12? No?
I'm going to go 2 for 11, a home run, and a walk.
A home run would be pretty funny.
But the home run is a walk. It's only 2 for 11. Like he's got a single mixed in. He walks. So he's on base a couple times. There's 1 home run, but it's the walk-off that he always wanted while he was here in Seattle. It would just be hilarious. I would gladly be okay with that Mariner loss. Like, yeah, all right.
I would laugh.
Yeah, not only would I laugh, like I'd almost cheer. Like there's still that part of me that is just rooting for that kid to do well. And I don't ever, like it's not like I think it's really going to happen. 253 says 12 at-bats, 13 strikeouts. Yeah, the problem with predicting something cool for Kelnick is he is going to be so obsessed with doing it, with beating the Mariners. And he's going to be gripping the bat so tight. So tight.
Probably. But like you, I'm still rooting for him.
I will definitely be rooting for him. 1 for 12, 6 strikeouts, jam job base hit, 3 coolers kicked. I hope he's got some of that stuff figured out. I really do. I hope he's got some of that stuff figured out. I hope so. Hey, the other big story, obviously we're going to talk a lot about Bryce Miller returning and what that looks like. I'll start that need to know and get to it in greater detail at 7 o'clock. Other big story, of course, is starting to get more news on the potential sale of the Seahawks. 2 groups coming out yesterday. And by the way, I don't think these are the only 2, but the first was a group led by Wick Grossbeck of the Celtics, formerly of the Celtics, I guess, and Aditya Mittal. So that one is interesting to me. Mittal really is the money in that group, right? That's the Indian Steel Company. He's got the money. Grossbeck, Wick has money. Most of it's his dad's. In fact, in both of these cases, both those guys inherit from their dad. That's where their money comes from specifically. But what Wick is really good at and what he did well with the Celtics is running a coalition of owners. So I would assume these 2 guys got to know each other. And certainly, Wick's family was what sold the Celtics to the group that Mittal led. And I would assume that if they were to be successful, Wick becomes like a managing partner, but Mittal has majority control. Wick's a great owner. He's been great. Good personality, good guy. Celtics won. They invested, knows how to do it. I don't know whether he's got a Seattle connection, but Wick is, look at what he did with the Celtics. Tremendous from where they were to where look, obviously they were a heritage brand, but they weren't doing much when he got there, and they did a whole lot more after. The other name is, and I hope I'm not mispronouncing it, Vinod Khosla, who started Sun Microsystems. Interesting name. I've heard, look, so he's a limited partner in the 49ers, and that's not uncommon. We'll kind of address that throughout the morning. Very normal for somebody to get into the business with a minority stake in one team and then eventually become a larger owner with another. It's what Bonderman was trying to do. Remember, he was a minority partner with the Celtics. Think back, John Henry is a good example, who owns the Red Sox, started off as a minority partner with the Yankees and I want to say the Marlins before that. So that's a pretty typical path to sports ownership. It's because it gets you in front of the people in the league. They get to vet you. They get to know you. You get to know them. And then eventually, you've got the insight and the inside info you need to win a bid. So that's not weird, and it's not even weird that it's a rival at all. He's a minority partner. I also think that there is some local connection here because the Niners are in with, I think it's Leeds Soccer. And the Ackerleys are invested there, obviously a big Seattle money family as well. So maybe there's a local connection there. And I think there'll be more. I think that Steve Apostolopoulos, who we've talked about, Canadian billionaire, I think he's going to get involved. And I think there'll be a couple more as well. I don't think it's going to be Ballmer. I don't think it's going to be Bezos. My feeling is those guys don't get involved, or I think we'd know about it by now. I think it's going to be one of these folks. So we'll see. We'll see what direction it goes and what those guys are going to do for the team. But that is the direction I think we're probably headed right now. Let me take a quick break. We'll come back here. Let me give you everything you need to know. Part 1 of Kirk Cousins at 6:30. We'll finally get to part 2 at 7:30. G. Scott today. Stacy Rost today. Your phone calls today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
After the biggest series win so far this season.
You just beat the Braves, who had been the best team in baseball, and beat them 2 out of 3.
That shows a little resilience.
How about that, folks?
The Mariners hit the road, looking to build momentum.
This is an opportunity road trip for the Mariners.
And create some distance atop the AL West.
You're not far from sitting in first place, because the rest of the teams, nobody's running away with it.
Mariners, White Sox, tonight. First pitch at 4:40. Pre-game at 3:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
In sports, the tape never tells the whole story. Hiring is no different. AI can make candidates look like an MVP on paper, so knowing the person and the skills behind the resume matters. That's where Robert Half changes the game. Our recruiters combine their expertise with award-winning AI to evaluate skills and fit quickly. Learn how we can find you specialized talent in finance, accounting, technology, and more. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Evan Cohen here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum Fiber Internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum Fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back video calls.
Quantum Fiber Internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Hi, Chef John Howie here. For 24 years, my team and I at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar have called Bellevue home. We serve fresh, locally sourced seafood, farm fresh produce and poultry, and great steaks. At Sea Star, we like to say there's something for everyone, from the carnivore to the pescatarian to the vegetarian. Come see for yourself at Sea Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue. SeaStarRestaurant.com, SeaStarRestaurant.com.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, first Mariner road trip of the year, kind of a disaster. The last one, phenomenal. This one will start tonight. Mariners head to Chicago to take on the White Sox before finishing up in Houston. Emerson Hancock and Sean Burke. Pair of right-handers on the hill tonight. Burke has been really good so far. I don't know a lot about him, but the numbers are really good. They don't look a whole lot different from Hancock's, to be perfectly honest. The story in Chicago has been obviously Japanese rookie Munetaka Murakami. He's second in baseball, 14 home runs. He's just one behind Judge. He's got double what Cal has produced so far. So, yeah, he has just been on fire to start the year. As for Hancock, he's been the biggest surprise of the Mariners season, and it's not even close. Cal Raleigh with Shannon for the Cal Raleigh show on his pitcher.
Yeah, he's done a great job of kind of, figuring out, who he is as a pitcher and,
I think he's done some physical things as well as some mental things to help grow his game. And obviously, dropping his arm slot was something that he did and kind of found. And then honestly, finding some breaking balls. I think that was always kind of the thing. For him out of college was just, never really had that swing and miss type pitch or per se that was, a secondary offering. He had good fastballs. He's always had those, but he's done a good job of differentiating them. And now he's really found something with his secondary offerings. And, it's starting to come together and he's starting to feel more and more confident each outing.
Yeah, he also ended up talking about the arm slot being a little bit more natural for him. So, yeah, clearly dropping the arm angle down a little bit, throwing that sweeper, and, of course, what that does to the depth on that pitch. It's been really effective, and the emergence of Emerson Hancock is one of the great gifts the Mariners have had so far this year. Good on them, and now it's led them to this point where we're going to have a little decision to make.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yes, reinforcements are coming. A couple of key Mariners ready to get back on the field. The most immediate, Brendan Donovan. He's set to join the team tonight. I'm sure he'll be activated. I'm sure with Cal returning to full-time catching duties, that got mentioned yesterday as well. I'm sure that would mean that Johnny Pareda heads back to Tacoma. That one's fairly simple. And by the way, I think having Donovan will be a really, really good thing for the lineup and for the offense. Churchill on yesterday agrees.
Yeah, if he stays in the lineup and stays on the field at third base, he'll be absolutely fine at third base. I'm a big, believer in one guy in the lineup can have a larger effect than just that one guy over the player that was playing instead of him. So this isn't just Brendan Donovan replacing Leo Rivas in the lineup. You're lengthening the lineup now. You're asking players to be themselves a little more. And the effect of that one hitter, we talked about this last July, you get that one hitter in the lineup that you didn't have, it's going to have a bigger impact than just adding one guy who's more productive. And that happens more at the top of the lineup than it even does in the middle of the lineup.
I tend to agree with all of that. And I think that Donovan, look, he's been a fire starter for them this year. Hopefully he can get it going while some of the other guys do as well. Okay, so that part's simple. The other news, though, is Bryce Miller says he's ready to go.
I'm ready to go. I'm glad that I've been up here and I can be at the home games, but it's not the same. Just kind of knowing that I haven't contributed at all yet, besides just booing Cal from here from time to time, but and just talking to the guys. But I'm ready to get back and get on the field and kind of help the team put some zeros up and string some wins together.
Get your favorite song going in the background there, Maura. Little Crazy Train.
Best intro ever, and then just gets cheesy.
Cecily's super into it these days. She was asking me to play it for her the other day. All right, so what are you going to do? It's decision-making time. We've been kind of pushing this can down the road, talking about it, but without a real answer. None of the options are perfect. I guess I'll say it like this. I'm not into the six-man rotation. To me, that's the worst of all ideas. I'm not really into the piggyback idea where you start one for 4 innings and then bring the other in for 4 innings. I think both of them hurt your pen. The piggyback is probably better than the 6-man because at least you keep guys on a 5-man rotation schedule. But I don't love that plan either. I don't want to push Castillo out of the roster. Maybe you do the Phantom IL, but at the moment, I think you have to say the bullpen is short. You're missing leverage guys. Even when they come back, you still need more help in the bullpen. I don't like it. I'm not happy about it. I love me some Luis, and I'm not quitting Luis. But if I had to make the decision, I think I'd probably move Luis to the pen.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Learned during the show yesterday from Sportico that Wick Grossbeck, former majority owner of the Celtics, is partnering with Aditya Mittal, CEO of steel giant ArcelorMittal, and a current investor in the Celtics. They're preparing a bid for the Seahawks. After the show, we got another name, Vinod Khosla, co-founder of Sun Microsystems, recent investor in the Seahawks division rival 49ers, has submitted a letter of intent as well. Again, very common. I wouldn't worry about he's a Niners guy. Like, that is how this goes. Like, you get in and then eventually you turn a small minority share in one franchise into a much larger share in another. I think the league needs to be familiar with the owner before they're willing to go do anything with them. And by the way, again, I don't think these are the only names. I think we'll hear multiple other names, at least 2 and maybe more when it's all said and done. That is everything you need to know, 1/4 every hour, here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, man, the ownership conversation really gets the politicos get going on the text line. I didn't even realize that. You bring up anybody in there, and it turns to politics. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not worried about the politics of the guys that much. I'm mostly just worried about, are they going to come in and spend the money and empower the right people and set a good culture and allow John to do his job? All of that stuff. I did hear a suggestion. I know this was something people were hoping for, that some combination of Mackenzie Bezos. I don't know, what is her new name? It's not Mackenzie Gore. I know that. Mackenzie Bezos and some of the ex-wives, Melinda Gates, Scott. Thank you. That's right. That they would maybe band together and buy the team. I don't see that. I don't see Roger Goodell ticking off Jeff Bezos, especially as the league's going to partner more with Amazon. That's not the Roger Goodell way. Not saying it couldn't happen, but I'm saying it's not going to happen. That's a gut feeling and a very strong one. Yeah, I think these are the types of names you're going to see. And I look, Whit Grousbeck was a really good owner with the Celtics. If he's a managing partner, Whit would be pretty good. He's a smart dude. Knows how to empower the people around him. I don't know Wick personally, but I obviously know people that do, and I hear great things about him. Great things. So, all right, let me do this. If you guys missed any of this Kirk Cousins interview yesterday, I got awesome feedback on this from some people in the sports business with actual real important jobs and stuff. So stick around. You're going to hear the beginning of Kirk next, and then I'll play you the rest of it coming up at 7:30. Super cool to hear his take on what it's like to face these Seahawks, both then and now. And it's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates. Exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, I get so used to hearing our pro teams in town talk about talent acquisition, being the lifeblood of their teams. At IRG, how important is talent acquisition for you?
Brock, talent acquisition is everything. Here at IRG, we are looking for those people that want to be the best and the brightest. You know, our strength here at IRG is what I call our human capital. And our clinicians here at IRG are great, but we expect greatness. We provide them with ample mentorship opportunities, continuing education, advanced certification payment, in addition to providing Con Ed. When they receive advanced certifications, we also increase their base salary because they've improved themselves as a professional. They've improved their ability to provide great care, and that's what it's all about here at IRG. Great care. We want the best and brightest.
With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is in your neighborhood. Find all the details at irgpt.com.
Smalls here. What if you could enjoy the flavor of a cocktail without the alcohol? Meet RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category that delivers bold taste and a warming sensation, but with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. So you can celebrate with friends, unwind after a long day, and wake up tomorrow feeling great. It's all the ritual of a drink without the regret. Discover RK at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, the spirit without the alcohol.
Harry Douglas here. I don't wait for birthdays to celebrate. I grab Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy. It tastes like rich vanilla birthday cake with buttery funfetti goodness. Seriously, it's unapologetically extra in the best way. And it's sugar-free, so I get all that cake flavor without the guilt. It's tiny, portable, and ready for whenever I need a quick boost. I keep one with me because you never know when you'll need a little party energy. The Funfetti flavor is back on 5hourenergy.com or on Amazon. Crack open a Confetti Craze 5-Hour Energy shot today.
Hello, my friends. It's DeGraws here, encouraging you to golf local. Our region is blessed with a ton of golf that isn't very expensive and can accommodate all types of skill levels. Check out the premier courses at Bellevue, Bill Wright, Cedar Crest, Inter Bay, Jackson Park, Lake Padden, Legion Memorial, Linwood, or Walter Hall. You know, wherever you are in Western Washington, you're not far from a premier course. Why not book a tee time online or play Top Tracer at the range at Inter Bay, Bill Wright, and Jackson Park? So what are you waiting for? Play the courses. Play Premier.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon in Chicago. First pitch at 4:40, pregame at 3:30. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with, Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation, they're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month, no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Frank Lumber, the door store, has some exciting news. After 6 long years, our Marysville store will be reopening this Memorial Day, May 25th. Our regular hours will be Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But on Monday, Memorial Day, May 25th, we will be celebrating our grand reopening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by for a hot dog and pop and see the thousands of doors and discounted specials. Visit us this Memorial Day at Frank Lumber in Marysville on Cedar Avenue. We'll see you there.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, well, how about this, Brock? Something a little different, an opportunity, and this is a great idea of yours to try to talk to a couple different quarterbacks who had an opportunity to see the Seahawks and to play against this defense last year. And when you say the name Kirk Cousins, it's not just like he played against them last year. I feel like the Seahawks have played against Kirk Cousins like 1,000 times. Last year, the year before, Minnesota, Washington. I mean, this is like almost an old rivalry at this point. So for him to come on and join us is awesome. Kirk, thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing well. My pleasure. I have played Seattle a lot. I would agree with you. It feels like I've been there a bunch, especially night games in Seattle. I feel like I've been there a ton.
Well, and drafted the same year as Russ. I mean, just like all of it.
We got a lot to talk about. Like, I know Brock wants to talk about like just the last year or so under Mike, but I feel like this could go on for a while. So let's start with you. How are you? How is Vegas? How is working now? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm in my hotel room here in Vegas. It's always a big change to start over with a new team, but it's been a good adjustment. I'm enjoying life here. It's a great facility, great setup. My family's not here yet, but they'll be joining me when we get to training camp. So going through all the paces of learning teammates' names and coaches' names and somewhat of a new system and new ways of getting around town and just a lot of new. But it's also exciting and feel good about it.
Are you like at the Bellagio? I mean, like, do they put you up at a Vegas Strip hotel?
I think they keep us away from the Strip as best they can. But we're down in Henderson where the facility is. But basically every hotel in this state has a casino in it, so it's hard to avoid.
Why Vegas, Kirk? I think you had a lot of choices this offseason. Why was this the fit?
Yeah, I think coaching in this league is such a big deal, as you just mentioned with Mike McDonald and what he's done with the Seahawks. And I just felt really comfortable with Clint Kubiak, with Andrew Janocko, Rick Dennison. Those were coaches I had worked with before who are now with Vegas, and felt like getting around them, there'd be a comfort level there. And that probably was the biggest reason. And I look forward to the challenge of trying to help get this organization, headed in the right direction and to leave it in a better place and be able to then kind of pass the torch. But I look forward to that challenge of kind of getting it back in the right direction where it belongs.
You have friends there? Do you have, other than the coaching staff, do you know some of the other players, teammates?
There hasn't been a lot of carryover. I do think the staff probably more, honestly, age-wise. I mean, I'm going into year 15, so I'm starting to be probably more with a peer of the coaches and the support staff than I am with the players. So that's kind of been an interesting dynamic. But it's been fun to get to know the young guys on the team, and I've really enjoyed their energy and their excitement, and again, just the role I can hopefully play to kind of help get these guys going in the direction they want their careers to go.
What do you think of this guy, Clint Kubiak, and why did Vegas have to steal him from us in Seattle?
Yeah, Seattle knows him well. I had him for 3 years. He was my quarterback coach for 2 in 19 and 20, and then he was my play caller in 21. And I'd probably say objectively it was my best season when he was my play caller in 21. I thought we just had a good rapport, and I've obviously followed him ever since. And I think he just keeps getting better as a coach and a play caller and a leader. And he showed it this past year in Seattle. I thought he did a phenomenal job all through the playoffs and even in the Super Bowl against a really good defense, just staying patient, being diligent, and then having the right play up his sleeve at the right time. So I'm excited for what he's building in Vegas, and I feel that he'll be the biggest reason that we can get this thing turned around.
It's interesting you use the word patient. What does that mean to you as a quarterback talking about a play caller?
Well, I think it's understanding the game you need to play to win. I think in the Super Bowl, they didn't need to score 40 like they may have had to do in the championship game against the Rams. You got to play the game that you're in. And I think in the game they were in the Super Bowl to, kind of stay within yourself, not force anything, not get too impatient, and then to be ready when you do get in the high red zone, to have the play action pass that they had ready to go to dial up to try to put the game on ice. I just think he did a good job of kind of letting the game come to him and then having the right plays, the right answers at the right moments.
Kirk, as Mike said, there is so much history, as I just look at you and we listen to you, I do think through all of these years, and I do want to get to Mike McDonald and why I originally asked you to join us to talk about this defense and what it was like facing them last year. But last thing with Kubiak, what makes from your 15 years in the league, you said you want to go to Vegas to be with him. What makes a great offensive play caller?
Well, you have to have an identity, first of all. Who are you? You can't be all things. You can't be all offenses at once. And so any system is going to have pros and cons, and you have to know these are the pros I want to focus on, and with that, I've got to deal with these negatives that come with that. And so once you have your identity established and you can stick to it, that's, I think, the foundation of a good play caller, a good offensive coordinator. But you'd be surprised how many coaches have a hard time sticking to an identity and staying consistent. They kind of just want to go with the latest fad or the latest play. And while wrinkles are always going to be a part of it and you have to always evolve, I think finding that dance between how do we evolve and change and grow with this game while not losing our identity and who we are as a system. And I think the coaches that can effectively communicate a plan and a system where players have very little gray area and they know what is expected of them, but at the same time there's an evolution taking place. I think those are the really good coaches, and I think Mike McDonald and Clint Kubiak are two examples of coaches who seem to have done that very well.
Talking to Kirk Cousins, and that's a perfect lead-in into the conversation regarding Mike, because what he's done defensively seems to be starting to change and evolve the way some of the offenses are functioning and what they're trying to do against a defense like his that maybe is different from what offenses were seen a few years ago. You faced them each of the last 2 years. What'd you see?
Well, I think you see a defense that's well coached. I think you see a defense that plays together. Some of the effort and passion that came from the Pete Carroll system and world, I think that's carried over still in Seattle with Mike McDonald and what he coaches and emphasizes with the effort and attacking and playing together. I also think that they do a great job schematically of, giving the safeties, even the linebackers, the ability to get to the right call. So you may have, 2 or 3 calls as a defense ready to go on any given play, and based on how the offense aligns, based on formation splits or shotgun or whatever, they'll be ready to get to what they feel is the right call in that moment. And so I think giving the players the tools to try to be in optimum calls at any given time in the game is where football has evolved or is evolving, and I think Mike's done a great job with that.
I was listening, Kirk, to a podcast you had joined, I think about a month or a month and a half ago, and you were just talking about that split safety and so much of what they do and your pre-snap to your post-snap and everything that you've been taught fundamentally. And watching my son in high school, right, you're taught, hey, what are the safeties? Single high, two high, your progression reads, your split field reads. I love the complexity you got into there with our audience. Could you kind of share some of that, the challenge when you're under center, all the mechanisms you're going through before the snap, and then you take the snap, and then you got to deal with what?
Yeah, I think it starts certainly with reading coverage, and they make it muddy. Late in the play, it can still look very similar, one coverage to another. And if I know it's going to be single high man, that may dictate that I work a certain place on the field. But if it's a different coverage, quarters, let's say, I may work a totally different place on the field. So if you can make single high man and quarters, which are reasonably different coverages, if you can make them look the same as long as possible in the down, the quarterback doesn't know whether he should be going left or should be going right. And so if you can create that, unsettledness in the quarterback's eyes and mind, then, advantage defense. So I think Mike just has done a good job coaching his safeties, coaching his secondary to maintain that unsettledness for the quarterback throughout the game and marrying different coverages. And I think you saw that, throughout the season as they defended people.
Why doesn't everybody do that, Kirk?
Well, it's a great question. I think, I used to talk about this with Harrison Smith, who was an all-pro safety in Minnesota, played 14 years. I would say, Harrison, if you could just not get to your landmark that you're supposed to get to for that coverage, you don't understand how difficult that makes it on a quarterback. And Harrison would say, well, Kirk, you don't understand how difficult it is as a defensive player to not be at your landmark. I'm leaving my teammates out to dry if I don't get to my landmark, and that's the spot that you then take advantage of us. So I think to be a good teammate, there's also this, I have a job to do, I have a responsibility, I need to know my job and do my job, and so I can't go rogue either. And I think that's the dance that you have to play as a defensive coach, is to say, I'm going to talk out of two sides and say, on one hand, I need you to get to your spot and do your job. On the other hand, I need you to not get to your spot and still do your job. And I think that's maybe where Seattle has found a good marriage of saying, hey, we can still be sound in our scheme, not be vulnerable to giving up big plays that hurt the team, but still be able to make it look muddy. And then I think having good players doesn't hurt, right? Like when you look at their roster, there's a lot of high picks, first-round picks in the front. Nickel's a really good player. Safeties are really good players. So John Schneider's done a great job building that roster, and I think at the end of the day, players do make a big difference also.
It's interesting, Brock, hearing him say that. I think about the line you often use about being an artist, not a blacksmith, right, as a quarterback. But it sounds like what Kirk is saying is there's an element of that on the other side of the field as well. You can't be a blacksmith and just, I've got to be at this spot at this exact moment. There almost has to be some artistry to it. Go ahead.
No, I think that's really well said. And then, Kirk, when you've got guys like, I don't know, Nicky Manwari, we had Phillip Rivers on last month doing this. And he was
exactly where I was going next also.
Yeah, and he was absolutely hilarious as he was talking through it. And he talked about, they just don't have any tails. We're motioning, we're shifting, we're going formation to boundary, we're doing all this, and you can't tell man or zone. And then he added on Nicky Manwari. So just from your standpoint, you faced, I don't know, 1 million guys in 15 years. What was number 3 like, and what did he add to the mix?
Yeah, no, he reminds me of the guys that played in the Pete Carroll Seahawks defenses with just a lot of passion and energy and competitiveness, and he would have fit right in with Seattle, 10, 15 years ago. With that defense. So, I'm sure that Schneider probably saw a lot of that in him when he evaluated him and took him. So, great player. And I would agree with Phillip that, they're not going to give stuff away. It's just a combination of getting the right players in there, having a great scheme, and then being able to communicate it where everybody's on the same page and playing together. And I think that's another underrated piece when you kind of peek behind the curtain in Seattle. You feel like they've done a really good job of building a cohesive unit where people care about one another. It's not just independent contractors and mercenaries, but it's guys who get to know one another and invest in each other. And it's difficult to say that, hey, because we spent quality time together away from X's and O's, that's going to help us play better on third down. You can't quantify that, but there's something there going on, I think, where they do intentionally try to help players and coaches and staff get to all know one another on a deeper level. And I think in doing that, you do play better on third down. That's just kind of how it works.
What about just his size and speed combo? We've just heard from people around the league that, as offenses are trying to run against smaller defenses and throw against larger defenses, that a guy like Manwari makes it really hard because he's a safety, he's a nickel, but if he's playing defensive end, he's like not that bad at it. So how do you account for a player like that in the modern defense?
Yeah, I think positionless players can be somewhat of a high risk, high reward. I'm maybe talking a little bit out of my depth here, but I'm not a GM, but I do think that there's an attraction in the first round of drafting a guy who you say, I don't know what he's going to play, but he's a great athlete, and because he can do a lot of things, that Swiss Army knife factor could be a real advantage for us. And at times that backfires because a guy never really learns a position. He never really gets comfortable, is kind of a fish out of water, and great athlete, but can never really fit into the scheme. Other times it becomes the best thing ever because, like you said, offenses say, well, is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? Is he a blitzer? What is he, a good cover guy? Like, how do we attack this personnel grouping? Because we don't know what they're going to ask him to do from one snap to the next. And that can be a huge advantage to a defense. But I've seen it go both ways, where you get that player out of college who you don't know quite how he's going to fit, and it can go really well or it can go really poorly. And it would seem with Seattle that's gone really well.
You mentioned earlier how he would have fit, Nick would have fit with that old Seahawk defense. You can go anywhere you want with this, Kirk. Just compare and contrast facing Pete Carroll's single post safety and the last couple years against this Mike Macdonald scheme.
Well, what was interesting about the Seattle defense, 12 years ago was you knew the call before you broke the huddle. Like Gus Bradley, you know what he was going to call. You knew what Dan Quinn was going to call. It was going to be spot drop, 3 deep, 4 under with a carry side and a spot drop side. It was going to be, 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. You're going to get Cam Chancellor usually down in the box, Earl Thomas in the post. Sherm was going to play on top and outside a corner. It's one thing to know it. It's another thing to be able to execute against it. And, you knew Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett were going to be screaming off the edge when you got in pass down situations. And, it was very straightforward. It was just hard to attack. I think with this defense now, it's not like you break the huddle and say, I know what you're going to do. It's more of I don't know what you're going to do. And even after snapping the ball, you say, I still don't really know what you're going to do here. That's probably the biggest difference in the defense was with the one of 12 years ago. You could predict it, but that didn't mean you could take advantage of it.
Which is harder to play against?
Well, I've always said the biggest flex is to say, here we are, do your best. That's the all time when everybody knows, where you're going to be and you still can't beat it. That's pretty tough. That's pretty humbling. But, there's certainly when you can create a lot of mystery and confusion and an unsettledness, pre-snap and post-snap, that also has has its positives. But I've always said if you can take away explosives and make offenses earn it, on the short gains over and over and over, and there really are no freebies, no easy plays throughout the game, those are the hardest defenses to go against, where it's going to be hard earned for 4 quarters. And I think in both cases, those defenses, took away the explosives.
Well, it's funny you say it, because it kind of comes back to that word patience again, right? And when I think of you and your career, I think of that as being one of your strengths, right? Being able to be patient and maybe, have some success against the Pete Carroll teams, because you were willing to wait them out and continue to take what was actually given to you. But I would imagine that's really challenging to do.
It is. I think sometimes I was better at it than other times. I think when I was a younger player, I was probably more impatient than I am now. And, one of our owners with the Raiders is Tom Brady, and I've been able to intersect with him briefly being around the building and even briefly talking football with him. You understand that that's what Tom was. And it's really effective. If you can just let the game come to you, death by 1,000 paper cuts, the big plays will present themselves when the time comes, but you don't need to go force it. And, I wish I had the conviction I have now saying that when I was a rookie, but it took time learning it and took a few scars to be able to get there. But I agree wholeheartedly with, kind of the way Tom Brady played it, and I think it's the best way to play in this league, knowing the big plays will present themselves when they're there.
I'm curious, Kirk, have you looked at any of how Sean McVay attacked Seattle? Because he and Matty were about the only ones over the course of the last 2 games, the Thursday night thriller and obviously the NFC title game. They were really the only 2 games where that defense was truly on their heels and gashed. Did you notice or have a chance to really study any of that?
I think going into the Super Bowl, my thought was if you're New England, you've got to go study both Rams games and you've got to study the Tampa game, because those were the only people that really were that effective against the Seattle defense. And, Tampa up in Seattle. And I guess L.A. really up in Seattle both times, too. So, didn't make the difference for New England being able to have that tape. But I think those are the 3 games that you want to study and say, okay, this worked. What took place? What made it work? And I think that's really your formula, because you don't have much of a sample size besides those games.
No, you don't. And Stafford's pretty good. He can put the ball in some places. And that Tampa game, Seahawks were down Eamon Worry and a couple guys on the D-line, which made it a little bit easier as well. Last couple things for me, Kirk, and really do appreciate this time. I'm going to imagine in the days and weeks and months ahead, as Clint now, puts his culture and identity into Vegas, you're going to be watching some Seahawks clips. Probably going to be a little bit of the Seahawks offense a year ago with what they did. A, have you started to look at any of that? And B, what stood out to you with what they did offensively a season ago?
Oh, yeah, very much so. Most of our cut-ups, most of our teach tape is Seattle from the past year, and in some big moments in some big games. It's not just clips and ho-hum moments in the first quarter. It's, you're seeing the Super Bowl logo on the turf when you're watching some of the teach tapes. So that's fun to watch. But, you see Sam just being a great signal caller, throwing the ball with accuracy, especially deep, getting through his progressions. You see, an offensive line that's playing hard, that's blocking well. You see Kenneth Walker running hard. You see, JSN all over the tape, doing all kinds of different things. But and you see a good scheme. You see a scheme that kind of can get you off balance in a lot of different ways. So, we're going to try to take the best of that Seattle tape and try to apply it here in Vegas and see if we can't, have some great cut-ups that have Raiders players doing it when we watch the tape next year. But for right now, we're learning off of Seattle tape for sure.
All right, that's part 1 of Kirk Cousins. We ended up taping that at home a couple nights ago, which is why the audio does not sound normal, but it's a cool video, and you can watch the whole thing at YouTube. It's like 40 minutes long, maybe, so the final 15 minutes will air coming up at 7:30 this morning, where he does talk a little bit more about Mike McDonald and an interesting relationship that he has with Mike, so... that's coming up at 7:30, and I did enjoy it. I mean, it's similar to the Phillip Rivers thing. Like, I've never necessarily been huge fans of either guy, and both can be, I think, at times a little milquetoast. But you hear just how sharp you've got to be in order to play quarterback at a high level in the NFL. And whether Kirk Cousins is a Hall of Famer or not, he's not. He's played at a really high level for an incredibly long time. A 15-year career after being a 4th-round pick and started most of those years. Incredible. Just a remarkable accomplishment. And then throw in how much money he's made. He's done a great job with the NFL. And I do think you learn something there. I think you learn how challenging it is and the back and forth between quarterbacks and defenses and how one is trying to confuse the other. And then just that whole idea of artistry combined with, Brock calls it being a blacksmith, like getting it right and being in the right spot while also still trying to, have some artistry to confuse the quarterback. It's pretty cool. I enjoyed it, and you guys will get to hear the rest of that, as I said, coming up at 7:30. G. Scott will be in the house at 8:30. Stacy Rost at 9:30 or at 9 o'clock today, and then we'll take phone calls at 9:30, which should be fun. Coming up, it's time. It's time. Been dreading this conversation. Have not wanted to have this conversation, and I don't like my answer to this question, but I feel like it's time, and it's next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
Just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
Mother's Day is more than just a date on the calendar. It's a chance to celebrate the women who shape our lives. The moms, the grandmas, the stepmoms, the ones who stepped in, and the ones who never stopped showing up. At Klein Jewelers, we believe every mom deserves something special, just as special as she is. Because mom deserves jewelry that lasts. Klein Jewelers is here to help you pick the perfect gift for all the mother figures in your life. From our family to yours, happy Mother's Day.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Progressive knows you want to get away, but not like too away. You crave the unknown, but also charcuterie boards with 4 types of cheese. And that's exactly why you bought an RV and bundled it with Progressive, because 24/7 protection is one luxury you'll never have to give up. So go ahead, explore the wilderness, all from the comfort of your zero-gravity camp chair. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort.
Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our kids zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Chris Canty here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that your fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required, not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to excuse you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
I'm so bummed. I don't want to have this conversation. I don't like it. It's not what I want to say. It's not what I want to. I don't want to have. I don't want to say this.
You're sounding a little like a whiny baby.
I am being a whiny baby about this. Yesterday about Derek Hall, not a whiny baby. About this, I'm being a bit of a whiny baby. I totally agree. I don't want to talk about it, and I don't like the answer that I got to give. But it's time. I mean, yesterday, got the sound from Bryce Miller saying he's ready to go. He wants to return. He feels healthy, and then Adam Jude, great job reporting, says that's what the Mariners are planning to do. They agree he's ready to go. So it's decision-making time.
I'm ready to go. I'm glad that I've been up here and I can be at the home games, but it's not the same. Just kind of knowing that I haven't contributed at all yet, besides just booing Cal from here from time to time, but and just talking to the guys. But I'm ready to get back and get on the field and kind of help the team put some zeros up and string some wins together.
All right, so Bryce Miller's coming back. What are you going to do? You got, I guess in theory, 5, but really 4 options. And I think I don't love any of the. I just want to start by saying I don't like any of the options. I know it's a good problem to have, but I still don't really like any of the options. So I kind of get to one by process of elimination. It's the one I don't like the least. I'm immediately going to. There's no reason to put Bryce Miller in the pen. I don't like that plan at all. Why would you put Bryce Miller in the pen? I don't see any need to do that. So I'm going to throw that one out immediately. I don't know whether people are truly suggesting that. I've seen a few people maybe online saying just put Bryce in the pen. I don't see why you would want to limit the number of innings that Bryce Miller is throwing for you. A healthy Bryce Miller is a pretty great pitcher. He wasn't healthy for all of last year, but at the end of the year, think about how good he was. It's great. So, I'm going to say I have no interest in that one. 6-man rotation? No thanks. I'm out on the 6-man rotation. Not interested in being short in the pen. And especially right now with 3 injured leverage arms. Well, 2 leverage arms plus Vargas. Yeah, I'm not interested in making my bullpen any shorter than it already is. And beyond that, I don't want pitchers like Wu or Gilbert or Kirby. I don't want to see them every 7 days. Or every 6 days. I want to see them every 5. And certainly, with days off, I definitely don't need to see them every 7. So I have no interest in the 6-man rotation. I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, obviously Emerson Hancock is still safe in the rotation. I mean, I guess I didn't even give that as a possibility of sending him down to AAA. I suppose it is. That would be a rough one. It would be very hard to sell sending Emerson Hancock back to AAA, given that he's been arguably your best pitcher, or certainly right there with George Kirby to start this season. So the next option, I guess, is this piggyback option, which I'm sure you've seen floating around, and Jude wrote about that one as well. Essentially, in the piggyback, you start either Castillo or Miller. They go 4 innings or so, and then you bring the other one in, so it's like they're both starting on the same day. It does save the bullpen, in theory, on that day. I don't love this plan either. It does keep everybody on... It does keep everybody on the right schedule. But again, you're limiting the innings, I would think, for them, and still being short in the pen. So I would struggle with the piggyback option. The Phantom IL is probably my second favorite choice. It's definitely a possibility. Give Luis a couple of weeks off. It would probably help him. There is some there's no downside to having him not pitch for a couple of weeks. It preserves Luis Castillo, the starter, in case somebody else is ineffective or somebody is injured. You don't have to go scrambling. You have Luis ready to go and stretched out, as opposed to needing to stretch him out from the bullpen. So it does have some merit. But it feels a little chintzy to me. He's not hurt, right? He's not. I know you can always come up with fatigue, arm fatigue or whatever. He's got a little lat something or a tweak or this or that. So I'm not saying, like, everyone's always a little hurt. But he's not injured. And it's also just sort of kicking the can down the road. Like, you're just like, what are you going to do that for a month? What if nobody gets hurt and everybody pitches well? So it's not a bad solution, but I don't think I'd go down that road. I'll be honest. And I don't like it. I want to be very clear. This is not the answer I want to give. But if I were in charge, or if Jerry and Justin came to me and said, all right, what would you do? I'd probably move Luis to the pen. My happy love song, Maura, turns. What are you doing? I know. It's a cruel, cruel world. It's a cruel, 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 cruel world. What can I tell you? Look, here's the thing. They need help in the pen. So if I'm look, Jerry and Justin and that group are going to make this decision. Dan's going to go out there and sell it. And obviously he's got input in it as well. Like, I would be going to Luis and say, hey, man, we need you. You're an important part of this team. Our bullpen right now is, well, it's definitely 2 arms short. You could make an argument it's 3 or 4 arms short. And we don't know exactly what's going on with Andres Munoz right now, who's had some ups and downs and fits and spurts. So I think I would say, look, it's not so much about a demotion. It's not so much about you haven't been effective in the rotation, although obviously he has not been at his best. It's we need you. We need another leverage arm. And we think that with your 2-seamer and your ability to play some of that stuff up, don't you think a Luis Castillo throwing that 2-seamer a lot out of the bullpen could look and be as, if not more effective than Edward Bizardo? I would hope so. So I would try to look at it that way. And yes, some of my Luis bias is showing. I love the guy. I think he's been a really important part of what the Mariners have done over the last few years. I think he's been I think he's probably been more important inside and to the culture and what he does on the mound than even we know from the outside. That's my impression that I get in talking to people inside the organization, is their love for Luis equals my own because of all the little things he does for them. So you gotta really, you gotta show some respect there for all of the bullets he's taken over the years and all the good things he's done for the organization. I think that's important. But I also think that they just need help. Brash is hurt, Spyer's hurt, Vargas is hurt, Munoz has not been himself, and you were probably a leverage arm short to begin with. So that's like 5. Think about that. Your average bullpen's going to have 8 guys in it. In a perfect world, you would have had a healthy Brash, a healthy Spyer, a healthy Vargas, an effective Munoz, and one more guy to move Vargas into less of an important role, plus, Bizardo and Ferrer. That would have been like the perfect bullpen, right? Then you're not messing around with the Legaminas of the world. You're just like, yeah, we don't need that. You got 8 guys that you really trust. Well, you didn't get the guy in the offseason. 3 of those guys are hurt, and Munoz, unfortunately, hasn't been all that effective. So don't you go to Castillo at this point and just say, hey, we need you. We just need you. We need help in the bullpen.
I mean, that paired with, even if you kick the can down the road a little bit and put him on the Phantom IL, just to your point about moving him to the bullpen, eventually Kate Anderson's going to get here at some point too. Is Luis Castillo going to survive multiple crunches?
I don't think he feel that way. So start doing it now.
Right.
Yeah, I like this from the 509. The Mariners basically would be saying to Castillo, it's not you, it's me. It's true. Like George Costanza. It's not you, it's me. But it's kind of true. It's both of them. Obviously, I'm not blind. I know Luis has not pitched all that well. I'm not blind. I may be in love, but it's not a blind love. Thank you. Let me hear that again.
You're giving me the it's not you, it's me routine?
That's my routine. I invented that routine. It's both. It is Luis, and he's not been particularly effective, I know. But I think there is it's not you, it's me element to this. Thank you for that. That's exactly right, 509. It's not you, it's me. And that's how I would try to make it right with Luis. I think that's the thing to do. But again, I can't tell you I feel good about it.
After the biggest series win so far this season.
You just beat the Braves, who had been the best team in baseball, and beat them 2 out of 3.
That shows a little resilience.
How about that, folks? The Mariners hit the road, looking to build momentum.
This is an opportunity road trip for the Mariners.
And create some distance atop the AL West.
You're not far from sitting in first place, because the rest of the teams, nobody's running away with it.
Mariners, White Sox, tonight. First pitch at 4:40. Pre-game at 3:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more with yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Go big this spring at Chef Store. That means more fresh meat, produce, and supplies for less, so you can focus on what's next. We're open to the public, no membership required. All that and so much more. Chef Store. Shop big, save bigger.
We live in one of the most beautiful places on Earth, and owning your own deck is a great way to enjoy it. But finding the right decking solution can be overwhelming. That's why all 9 of our Puget Sound locations offer decking showrooms, so you can get your hands and toes on the more than 60 decking options we carry. So if you have any questions about building, maintaining, or repairing your deck, contact me personally. Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Trex decking products on sale now through May 31st at Dunn Lumber.
Digging in my yard.
trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something. What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and zero calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
Michelle Smallman here. PayPal is now the official peer-to-peer payment sponsor of the NFL, which means all the money moments that fandom creates, whether splitting tailgate costs or chipping in on tickets and game day food between friends, are covered. Wherever the game is played or watched, PayPal moves with fans. You can send money through text, email, or directly to your friends with eligible accounts on Venmo. Just download the PayPal app and share all the moments that matter. Account with PayPal is required. Not available in all regions where PayPal operates.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. I spoke with Dr. Meyer, the medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, and Dr. Meyer said Swedish CyberKnife patients are really satisfied with their experience. They report very few side effects, and they're seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later. To learn more, go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate or call 206-320-7187.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Frank Lumber, the door store, has some exciting news. After 6 long years, our Marysville store will be reopening this Memorial Day, May 25th. Our regular hours will be Tuesday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. But on Monday, Memorial Day, May 25th, we will be celebrating our grand reopening from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Stop by for a hot dog and pop and see the thousands of doors and discounted specials. Visit us this Memorial Day at Frank Lumber in Marysville on Cedar Avenue. We'll see you there.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners getting ready to head back out on the road. The last road trip went great. Remember, 5-1 with just the one loss in Minnesota, sweeping the Cardinals, have been a very good team this year. So hopefully this will be as good. They're in Chicago starting tonight, take on the White Sox, then to Houston. It'll be Emerson Hancock and Sean Burke, a couple of right-handers on the hill tonight. Burke has been really good so far. I did not realize his numbers are kind of right in line with Hancock's. And, of course, Emerson has been one of the great stories of the year. Cal Raleigh, pretty impressed.
I think he just found a slot that he likes to throw from. I think sometimes pitchers can fall into the trap of becoming, I guess, too pitcherish. You know, they get too – when I say that, I mean they only throw from their motion or from where they're coming set from. And, they forget to be athletic out there and that they're athletes. And, I'm watching them right now. They're fielding the ball and pretending to be a shortstop. So, that's kind of where you find your natural arm angle is when you're playing catch out there or you go take a few ground balls to shortstop, and wherever you throw from shortstop should be your natural arm angle that you normally throw from. So, it looks natural. It looks good coming out of his hand. Doesn't look forced. Like I said, see someone, kind of I had a different arm angle there. And that's usually, when you can locate your best and you feel your best. It's when you find that slot.
Somebody play that for Logan and let him know that Cal said pitchers are athletes. Great stuff from Shannon. That's all from the Cal Raleigh Show, and she does such a great job with that. You can find that on the station YouTube page and wherever else. The story, of course, in Chicago really has been Japanese rookie sensation Munetaki Murakami. Come on, Lyle. You said he was going to be bad. What happened? He's great. Second in baseball, 14 home runs. He's just one behind Judge.
Yeah, he's been pretty awesome.
He's been really good.
But I will again say, I'm just very curious to see long-term if he's Kyle Schwarber or if he's your mean Mercedes.
He got a lot of home runs. He's hit a lot of home runs. What's he doing outside of the home runs? Has he been good, or is it just home runs?
Again, his profile is very Schwarber, at least right now. He's a 3 true outcome guy. He draws walks. He's getting on base, but he is striking out a lot, so it's exactly what you'd expect. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess minus how good he's been offensively.
It's exactly what you'd expect, except with twice as many home runs, or maybe 3 times as many of what you might have thought. All right, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see Jarred Kelenic in this series as well, as he's been getting some playing time with the White Sox.
Here's the second thing you need
to know. Do you like when people call them the pale hose?
I don't know what that is.
The White Sox, the pale hose.
I mean, I've heard the Black Sox, but that was 1 year.
I've never heard that either.
Oh, sometimes people call them the pale hose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were the Black Sox 1 year, over 100 years
ago. But the pale hose is like a nickname for the team. Like you might call the Mariners the M's. You might call the White Sox the pale hose.
That's like how people call the Pirates the Buccos?
Yeah. Same type of thing.
Okay.
Like the Bucks. Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, the pale hose. Reinforcements coming for the Mariners, or the M's, whatever you prefer. They're ready to get back on the field. Starting, of course, with Brendan Donovan, who should be out there tonight. Good. I would imagine, look, Cal's able to catch again, so you probably don't need 3 catchers. So I would assume Johnny Paredes the move and gives them a little bit more flexibility than in their infield. Plus, get you one of your best hitters back out on the field. That one's pretty simple. Obviously, the other one is a little more complicated. As Bryce Miller says, he wants to be back out there.
I'm ready to go. I'm glad that I've been up here and I can be at the home games, but it's not the same. Just kind of knowing that I haven't contributed at all yet, besides just booing Cal from time to time, but and just talking to the guys. But I'm ready to get back and get on the field and kind of help the team put some zeros up and string some wins together.
I'm sure booing Cal is fun, but it's obviously not the same as actually being out there and pitching. So he's ready to pitch. What do? We just talked through this. Again, I don't love any of the options. It's really more of a process of elimination for me. But, yeah, I'm probably going to go to Luis and say, look, love you, love what you've done. We need you in the pen right now. We need help out there with all the injuries and the issues we've got. You're the best case scenario to go out there and dominate from the pen. Let's see if we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So I don't love the idea. I think Luis is a lot more valuable than people think. But at the end of the day, they need the help. They've got too many starters and not enough relievers. This seems like the right move.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, also following today, the story with the Seahawks ownership change. Still don't know what's going to go down here, but Sportico had a report yesterday that has a couple of different bidders. The first would be a group led by Wick Grousbeck, former owner of the Celtics, and Aditya Mittal, CEO of a big steel giant in India. He's a current investor in the Celtics, so they know each other through that. I think Wick still holds like 13% of the Celtics, something like that. So they still work together now. I think Wick was a fantastic owner for the Celtics, in terms of being a majority managing partner. I think he would do a great job if handed the keys to the Seahawks. Just think he's good, he's personable, he's a great guy. He ran that team with a great culture and gave them, a lot of money. Like, he did everything you would want them to do. So, I would be in favor of Wick Grousbeck for sure. After the show, we heard another name, Vinod Khosla, co-founder of Sun Microsystems. Now, he's recently invested in the 49ers, which means he's kind of in the club, which is a good thing. I know people kind of get mad when they hear the name 49ers. All I can say is John Henry, who won how many championships with the Red Sox, had been a minority owner with the Yankees before that. So it can absolutely happen. It doesn't mean a whole lot. And honestly, like, that's how you get in. Like, you're a minority partner. You get to be vetted. You get to learn about the league. They learn about you. And then hopefully you put it all together at the end. So I think we're going to hear more. I think there'll be at least 2 more groups that emerge. And then we'll see what happens with the horse trading. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, Brock's going to join us for Blue 88 here in 20 minutes, and then we got G, we got Stacy, we got your phone calls. Before we do it, want to give you part 2 of the interview with Kirk Cousins. Yes, it sounds a little funky. We taped it at home on video, so it looks great on YouTube, which is cool. But yeah, I was in my kitchen, so it's a little tinny. But other than that, he's great, and he sounds really good. And there's some really great information for Seahawks fans or football fans. Stick around. You'll hear it next.
Bump and Stacy.
I loved the pick of Bud Clark, but only in hindsight. Like you, Bump, he was not. It wasn't that he wasn't on my radar.
He wasn't on your radar?
Well, no, I'll say it's not that I looked at it and thought, what a horrible reach.
Right.
Like,
he's a smooth safety, very aggressive, attacks the football. And once you put on the film, it makes sense. He feels the football when it's in the air. He just has a radar of the football field that a safety needs when you're a freelancer back there roaming around.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2, only on Seattle Sports.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, we perform an 18-point maintenance check with every oil change to help make sure you're good to go.
And?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Huh. Wonder why the dealership isn't that easy.
Well, we'd let you know if we found something in our check.
Oh, great. That was easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Quick, thorough, and honest, come with no charge.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 40% off installation or 0% financing for 60 months with equal payments. And we're giving back with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home today at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly, turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? pndtreeservice.com.
For 24 years, Seastar Restaurant and Ron Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. And my good friend, Chef John Howie, is behind every plate.
Hey, thanks, Brock. You know, springtime is the best time for fresh, wild Pacific Northwest salmon. At Seastar, we go from Columbia River King, my personal favorite, to the Copper River King in May.
So whether it is a date night, whether it's a business dinner, or you're craving the very best wild salmon, go visit John Howie at Seastar in Bellevue. Visit Seastar in Bellevue.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon in Chicago. First pitch at 4:40, pregame at 3:30. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We can't have you on with going back to the beginning because I feel like, Brock and I have been doing this show for 17 years. We've been talking about you for a large portion of that. We were on the air when the Seahawks drafted Russ. You went a round later to Washington behind a quarterback, obviously, that was taken right at the top of the draft. Can you take me back to that moment? Like, you're drafted in the 4th round. They've drafted RG3. He's getting all of the accolades. Everyone's talking about him. There are people ripping the idea that a team would even take a second quarterback. Maybe not in the 2nd round, but the 4th round is not nothing. There were some people saying this was the worst pick ever. And I remember having conversations saying, really? Like, having 2 quarterbacks is pretty important because it's not like all the top 5 picks all work out. Can you take me back to what it was like entering the NFL with that as the background?
Well, I thought it was a strange pick when it happened, too. I was a little surprised. I thought of 32 teams, Washington would be the 32nd most likely team that I would end up with. So went there, scratching my head a little bit. But I took great comfort in the fact that I wasn't drafted by some random GM who doesn't really understand quarterback play. I was drafted by Mike Shanahan. And I thought, that's got to be a good sign if Mike Shanahan is picking me and picking me non-traditionally. But he told me when he first picked me, he said, Kirk, I drove home on Friday night after the 3rd round ended. Before I drove home, I looked at our board. I saw that your rating or grade was higher than anybody else still left in the draft on our board. And so I had a night to sleep on it and mull it over. I didn't have to make a quick split-second decision. And I thought, we could do this, we could not do this. But I've learned since then from some people in personnel that when you start to draft based on need, it can be the kiss of death. And so many times you're better off just drafting who you feel is the best player out there and deal with the consequences. And I guess that's the approach that Mike took in that moment. But for a long time, I thought Seattle was a possibility. They really did their homework at the Senior Bowl. They interviewed all of us at the Senior Bowl very intently, were very intentional through the process. Kept it close to the vest as to what direction they were headed. But at one point, my agent thought, Kirk, who knows? Maybe you go 12th overall to Seattle in the first round, and that ended up being the Bruce Irvin pick. But there was a time where you thought maybe that's possible. And so, they obviously made the right call going with Russ and had great success. And I just say it all worked out.
Well, and I remember, Brock, how many times did we read the quotes from some of your Michigan State teammates who were horrified that Russ had gone around ahead of you? I mean, they couldn't believe it. They were absolutely furious that you had gone.
That was a bit of a homer there, I think, because if you go back and watch, we played them twice that year. We beat them on a Hail Mary in East Lansing in a high-scoring shootout, and then they beat us in the last play of the game in a high-scoring shootout in the Big Ten Championship game. So in both games, both of us kind of, were great competitors and went after it. But there was nothing in those two games that would suggest that Russell wasn't worthy of that pick and worth going. But I think they were just a little sour that we lost that Big Ten Championship game, and they have my back, which you'd love to see.
Does that feel like a lifetime ago? Sorry, Mike, to cut you off.
It doesn't. It doesn't. I think in pro football, the days are really long, but the years go quickly. And I think the years later have gone even faster than the first few years did. So at times I can't believe that I truly am, 15 years older than my teammates, sometimes more than that. But other times, it does feel like a lifetime ago, and there's been so much change, over the years, and some things stay the same, some things change, but I'm grateful that I still have cleats on my feet and I'm still able to do it. And knowing that I have more football behind me than I have ahead of me probably gives me a little more gratitude and enjoyment of each day for what it is, and going to try to maximize what I have left in this football career.
Only 6 or 7 more years, right, to get to where Phillip was this year coming back. The other thing that we've talked about with you over the years is your decision to take the franchise tag 3 straight times. I mean, no one else has really gone that road before or since. What was your agent is Mike McCartney, if I'm not mistaken. What were those conversations like of like, yeah, whatever, man, they're going to pay me top 5, average of top 5 money. Let's do it. Or top 3 money, even better.
Yeah, Mike kind of led the charge on that. I just kind of focused on the football and trusted him to kind of handle that side of it. I always prayed about it and tried to get a feel of, where I had peace. And in each case, I just felt peace about letting the contract expire and playing through it and just seeing, where we were come March and just kind of letting go and just saying, I'm not going to hold this thing so tightly and feel like I need to get a contract signed. I can just let go and play, and we'll settle this out in March. And that approach worked for me. It's not always the right approach. You have to kind of make the decision individually for what you feel is best in your own situation. But in my situation, that was what I had a piece about. And looking back, it worked out. And, we'll see where it goes from here. I'm on another contract, but it's really just a one-year deal. So I'm back where I've always kind of been, and we'll see where we are next March.
Would you advise other people to try that?
I think it depends on your position, your career path, the organization you're with. There's just too many variables. I think your agent, you got to hire a good agent who can give you good counsel, and the two of you have to be business partners together and figure it out. But in my case, I was given great counsel, and I'm going to be grateful for that for the rest of my life, because it certainly has made a big difference financially and what we have to steward moving forward. And I think it is a big business, and you want to handle that business side, with wisdom and discernment.
Through a couple documentaries, Kirk, we've gotten to meet your wife and your kids and watch your life unfold in so many different ways. It's been awesome. I know you're studious. I know you love to take your notes. I know you're a student of the game. You mentioned Shanahan drafted you. Well, this is kind of the Shanahan-Kubiak tree. So 15 years later, this system, is there still some crossover to that first rookie playbook you had and notes from way back when?
There is. There's a lot that's changed. There's a lot of good ideas that have come up over the last 15 years that are better ways of doing things. But it's been really fun for me to have those moments where a play goes in and it was the exact same name 15 years ago with the exact same rules, or a formation gets called, or a teaching point or technique gets taught, and you say, I was in the room 13 years ago when that was sort of invented. It's kind of fun to be in those moments. So it's both. And then you have other times where you feel like, something that was tried and true is getting changed. And you're like, do we really have to change that? And you realize, yeah, Kirk, you got to evolve. The league moves on. You got to be willing to adapt. So sometimes things are tried and true, and sometimes you got to be ready to evolve.
Who's the biggest freak athlete you've played with?
Well, Trent Williams is the first name that comes to mind at left tackle. What he can do on the run, what he can do in the open field on screens and downfield blocks. And then usually guys who have that kind of running ability at linemen, they really can't anchor. And so his ability to anchor on a bull rush and be that strong and heavy, in addition to so light on his feet, is just a really unique combination and a tackle combination we may never see again in a tackle. He's one of one. He's the kind of guy who at 38 years old will probably be one of the best tackles in the league. And so when he's 45, he'll still be one of the top 10 tackles in the league. So he can play as long as he wants, but we'll see how long he goes. But he'd probably be the one that jumps out, that there's not going to be many more of him.
Last couple things from me here, Kirk. We talk about all that coverage, all that scheme, all the freak athletes, Nicky Manwari and everybody else. How about just the group up front for Seattle defensively? You mentioned Bennett and Averill, right? And how big of a key were those guys beyond all the scheme and everything else? How big, was it that a key in the horses up front that you had to face?
Yeah, when we played them in December, they came to Atlanta last season, and we had our meeting to go over, to introduce the Seattle defense to us at the start of that week of preparation. We went through it, and I was kind of giving Mike McDonald his flowers a little bit, saying, last year was tough, and he's got a good scheme, he does a good job, kind of all the things we talked about on this call. And then our personnel director, one of them said, they also have a lot of first-round picks. And then you kind of looked at the defense, and it wasn't all Seattle's first-round picks, but it was players who had been drafted really highly across the league and then had found their way to Seattle. And you started looking, and you're like, yep, he's a big-time player, he's a big-time player. So there had been a big investment, and it paid off. And and so it was that combination of really talented players and really talented coaches, and it came together in the right way. And then they got to stay healthy, and they stayed healthy, and it led to putting a ring on their finger. So, I was pulling for them. I was watching, all through the playoffs, and knowing Clint and Andrew Janocko and Rick Dennison, I found myself really pulling for Seattle all the way through, and was happy for them.
Just circle one guy on that defense or defensive line and say, all right, hey, guys, make sure you block this dude up because I don't want to see him in my face.
Leonard Williams comes to mind. He's just a guy who's been an effective player for a long time. But I think that's the challenge, right? If you start to say, we got to get four hands on so-and-so, I think that's how they beat you, is they say, great, you want to forget about these other defensive ends? They can ruin your day too. And I think that's where you can really have a special defense, is when if you hone in on somebody else is gonna beat you.
This is great. Thank you for doing this. As I said, we've been talking about you for a huge portion of your career, even though you've never been in Seattle. You're a big part of the Seattle.
Lives, Kirk. You're a big part of our lives.
along with guys like Matt Stafford and Cam Newton and all the quarterbacks that the Seahawks have played over and over and over again over the years. Without ever being in this division, you managed to play this team a lot. So
we had some good battles. It was a lot of fun, and there were more of them that didn't go my way than the ones that did. But it was always a great opportunity to compete there, and I think it really tested me as a player and a leader, and I'm grateful for that. I expect to see him again before it's all said and done for me, so that'll be a big challenge when it comes.
Well, Seahawks-Raiders Super Bowl sounds pretty good. Let's just book that right now.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't ask and finish with this. You spent all those bunch of years with Cougs before, right, as a coordinator, play caller, and everything else. Now you see him as a head coach, and I know, Kirk, it's really early, like we're a few weeks into the offseason, but seeing him in that previous position, getting incubated with Mike in Seattle, winning a Super Bowl, and now as a head coach, do you see any difference, any impact that maybe that season, the Super Bowl winning season and culture in Seattle had on him?
There's no doubt. There's no doubt that some of the verbiage, some of the culture building principles that were done in Seattle, we will apply here in Las Vegas. They worked. We'd be foolish not to apply them. And, there's some things that weren't a part of that world that I was in with the Kubiaks 5 years ago that will be a part of our world now, because it Mike Macdonald left such a great impression on Clint and on Andrew. And I think that's a great compliment to Coach Macdonald, that, there's going to almost a coaching tree, if you will, now as a result. And I'm even, learning some of the principles secondhand that he brought to Seattle. And I really like what he emphasizes and what he does. So my wife actually went to high school with Coach Macdonald many years ago in Georgia. So
whoa.
You dropped that 33 minutes into the conversation?
Let's start this over. Start it over.
He was a linebacker back then.
When he was at Baltimore and they were the number one defense, my wife would say, "Oh yeah, I went to high school with him." And so he was a leader in their FCA stuff at a high school in suburban Atlanta.
Wow.
And so we've kind of followed him from a distance for a long time. My wife went to Georgia. Mike was a coach there, and so I wouldn't say we've kept in touch or anything, but we've kind of always followed each other from a distance. And
they never dated, right? They never dated.
No, they were a couple years different, but
okay.
Have they connected though since? Have you guys made that connection and talked together?
Yeah, we've connected a little bit. It's always a weird deal with tampering, because on one hand we're like technically not supposed to talk, but at the same time it's like we're just human beings and we happen to run into each other. Like, I don't know what the rules here are, but it's hard to not just visit and chat and catch up, and so there have been some good conversations, with coaches across the league that always happen, and so anyways, you just have those dialogues. But
love it.
But yeah, he's done a great job and had an influence on a lot of people. And I think his culture that he's built in Seattle will start to permeate through the league, just like Pete Carroll's did, 15 years ago. Those coaches spread out, and a lot of Pete's principles still exist throughout the league. I mean, you don't walk into a team meeting anymore across the league in silence. Just about every team meeting you walk into before it starts, music is blaring. And that started with Pete, and it started in Seattle. And now it's caught on everywhere in the league because people want to bring energy and make it fun to be at work. And so everywhere I've been ever since, that's how it is.
I think you would have liked Pete. I think you would have liked playing for Pete.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it didn't work out that way.
I always admired him from a distance. I loved his approach. I loved his energy. I loved his mantras, compete. And the win forever mentality, and tell the truth Monday, and competition Thursday.
You basically did play for him. It sounds like all of his things.
He certainly studied. I remember Sean McVay. A lot of what Sean McVay's created quite a culture in LA. If you ever study it and what he does behind the scenes there, and a lot of what he created in LA came from seeing that Pete had created something in Seattle, and then Sean as a coordinator in Washington saying, if I ever became a head coach, what would be my culture? What would I want to do that would kind of be my stamp? The way Pete has made his stamp. And so I think, Sean really used Pete's blueprint as like an example, for what he could create. And I think Sean in his own way has gone off and done his thing, and it's really cool.
Pretty cool. Thanks for doing this, Kirk. We really appreciate it. Continued good luck. Hope you have a great year in Vegas, and maybe we'll get a chance to talk again. Thanks again.
Awesome, guys. Thanks for the time.
All right, there you go. That was Kirk Cousins, part two of what turned out to be a longer interview that we did the other night with Kirk. And you can find the whole thing on the YouTube channel, or obviously, of course, you can find it through the app. But the YouTube's probably the best way to do it because we did the whole thing on video, and he was great. I really felt like I learned a lot, and the whole conversation between how quarterbacks manipulate safeties and what the safeties can do to try to confuse the quarterback. I thought that was among the more interesting parts. So thank you to Kirk, and, of course, thank you to Brock for setting it up. Speaking of which, we've got Brock for Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Michael. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you? How's St. Louis? How's the Lou?
Well, yeah, the Lou's the Lou. I was chatting with Molly earlier. When you stay in Italy for a week, Salk, it's some really nice places.
And then you go to the Lou?
Yeah, and your toilet, like on the 7th floor, doesn't flush fully. It just kind of hangs out. I'm like, I'm not in Positano anymore, am I?
No, they're not very similar places. No. Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
DoorDash last night. It Yeah, it was all right.
That is a very, very fun. I hadn't even thought of that, but that is pretty hilarious.
Yeah,
all right, well, let's do some
like,
Blue 88, Brock. Seahawks ownership. This is right up our alley. I'm sure you and I were both doing our homework on some of the names that came out yesterday. What are the non-negotiables for you on this next owner?
Yeah, for me, and again, I don't know who has final say when you're talking about a fiduciary and a trust that's going to try to get the biggest bang for the buck for their philanthropy with the Allen Trust, obviously. So this one's a little unique in that regard because I don't know who negotiates these three. But for me, as a Seahawks follower, fan, alumni, everything else, there's three kind of non-negotiables, and they all start with C. Number one is that civic responsibility. Whoever it is, I sure hope has an understanding because we just had 30 years of incredible just civic understanding and everything back to this community. So that would be like number three. Number two is cash, like cash on hand, liquid cash. There are so many wealthy people, and to be involved in this, you're a whale with billions of dollars. But how much of that, I think we've learned this in the NFL, those teams like the Broncos, like the Seahawks under the Allens that have had cash on hand to be able to put in New York to handle all of the contracts and structure them and set them up in a way that is advantageous to them. And then number one is just seating control. It's not about you. Just don't please sit in the war room like Jerry Jones and not be able to function, yet make it all about you and think it's all about you. Just really hope. And honestly, the Broncos, I think, are tremendous. The Penn and Walmart deal, like tremendous ownership there. And you've seen the impact it's had in a hurry and how they were able to offset all the debt of that Russell Wilson deal and still function, and not just function, but, should have been the Super Bowl combatant opposite Seattle if Bo Nix doesn't get hurt. So they would be a pretty prime example of how they're doing it pretty well in the community.
All right, question number two. I know you're getting ready for a big UFL game this weekend. Is there...
Tonight.
Tonight. Oh, sorry.
It's tonight.
Tonight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got that on the calendar, obviously.
Yeah.
keep that handy.
Thank you.
What time? Is this a Battlehawks game?
It is
that
five. It's a Battlehawk game in St. Louis.
Is that where Travis Feeney is?
Travis Feeney. I'm looking at my board in front of me.
Battlehawk?
Is 32 years old and still doing
Whoa.
this. God bless him. No, 33 years old.
Former intern here.
Yes.
And great dude. I mean, really, really great guy.
Great guy. And this league is full of great guys. And it got me thinking, if there was like one current Seahawk on the roster that would benefit the most from this,
Jalen Milroe.
Yes, it's Jalen Milroe.
I know it is.
And I was just looking at him and looking at some of their off-season stuff, and he's going to be fine. He's going to do great. Obviously, all their strength and conditioning, he's tremendous. He'll do all the work and all the OTAs and everything with minimal reps. But you know what he needs to do? He needs to play.
Yeah.
He needs to play like Damon Hewer did in Frankfurt, like Kurt Warner did in Amsterdam, like John Kitna did in Barcelona. Like he just needs to play. And I don't know if this is the right league, honestly, the great challenge. And chatting with Ricky Prohl, the coach of the Battlehawks, and actually Marshall Falk and Dick Vermeil, and all of them will be in the building tonight. So it'll be fun to catch up with those guys. The challenge of this league is on a practice day, on a Wednesday, like heavy practice day, they get 24 total reps of team. 8 of 7-on-7 and 2 periods of 8 plays. That's it. Because there's only 45 guys on the roster. So when it comes to like the development piece, but you do get to play games, and that's what he needs as much as anything is to play, and hopefully we see a big step forward from Jalen in year number 2.
All right, question number 3. Yeah, this news came out yesterday. I probably should have put this in Need to Know. The Seahawks assistant GM Nolan Teasley is a candidate for the Vikings GM job. Interesting timing, I guess, on the whole thing, but is he a good candidate there?
He should win that job. He should get that job. He's spent a dozen years here. He's worn every hat. In talking to John Schneider through the years, he's one of these, he's like a head coach that asks the coordinators to run meetings and to do more and not just stay in their lane. He demands and challenges of his guys because he wants them to be GMs like Dan Morgan is in Carolina. So this guy's been a scout. He's been assistant pro personnel director. He's been the pro personnel director. He's now the assistant GM to John. He's spent a decade around it. He's been to and won a couple Super Bowls. Like, he checks a lot more boxes than some of the other names I saw. John McKay down with the Rams from the McKay lineage, big name obviously in the NFL, is a viable candidate. They also have somebody there they may elevate, and it may be kind of a dual role, or he may be the GM with Rob Brzezinski being the assistant GM, or however it works. But to me, that should happen. I don't know how you get more qualified. Knowing Nolan a little bit, hearing from people all around him that know him and speak so highly of him, kind of in that John Schneider egoless, not about Nolan Teasley, about everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I would think he'd be a great candidate. No, by the way, if he ends up being the GM, you know what the Seahawks get?
Two
more conditional comp third-round picks
to
add to next year's class.
Well, I think it's one next year, one the year after, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
I believe that's what I was.
That's probably accurate.
Played a little golf with Hawk Blogger yesterday. That's what he said. So I will trust him on that.
I'm going to trust him on that too. That's probably. How'd that go, by the way? The duel at the Ridge.
Well, I would say he won it. He's a much better golfer than I am. He belongs to a golf club, so yeah. Front nine.
When is that going to be televised? The duel at the Ridge.
Very soon. Yeah. Yeah. I think Sylvie and Egan were out covering it for their new show.
Nice. How did you do though? Was it respectable?
Well, I guess it depends whether you care about the front or the back. If you like the front, not very well.
Why can't you play two halves? If you were my football team or baseball team, you would drive me crazy.
Yeah.
Because you have a ceiling. You show what you're capable of.
Yeah.
But you have no consistency.
None.
You are as confounding as the 26 Mariners.
I mean, that's just sort of being a crappy golfer, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like that's all that surprising. I feel like that's actually pretty normal. Come on, man.
I don't know. No, I don't know.
You think most golfers are pretty consistent?
Well, they'll have a blow-up hole or two. I get it. But, yeah, it sure seems like a lot of your rounds are like, 39, 50, 42, 48.
51, 42. Yeah. Two very different nines, so it depends which one you prefer. Yeah. Any thoughts on the actual guys or names that showed up yesterday in the ownership? So I've been talking about Wick Gross. The Wick Grossbeck group is an interesting one because Wick who's a really good owner with the Celtics for a long time.
Yep.
Both he and he's not the guy with the money here. It's the other guy who's got the money. But both guys basically inherited from their parents who really made the money. But Wick was he's a personable, good managing partner who I think would do a pretty good job in that role. The Sun Microsystems guy is currently a minority partner with the Niners, which I know people are like, oh my God, no, but that's actually pretty normal. If you remember, John Henry was a minority owner in the Yankees before he owned the Red Sox. I mean, that stuff's just not that weird.
Yeah.
But they are connected to the Ackerleys through one of the Niners enterprises in soccer. So, there are some of the names are kind of interesting.
They are, and I don't mind having some experience in that regard, especially with obviously the plethora of experience that Wick has, having done it before, albeit in a different league, but just that it's what Howard Schultz didn't have. He had no idea what he was walking into. He had a ton of money. This would be really cool. I get to sit courtside, and it was an absolute, utter disaster because he had no idea what it was like trying to manage, and especially the NBA. And I would think if you can be an owner in the NBA, the NFL would be unbelievably refreshing in so many different ways.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that's really well said. All right. Thanks, buddy. Enjoy the Battlehawks game. When is it again? Tonight? Wow, tonight.
Hold on.
Oh, so soon.
Maintenance is at the door. We got to fix the toilet. I got to go.
See you, buddy. Bye. Enjoy the loo. There goes Brock Heward. We'll be back with a quick look through our week. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
After the biggest series win so far this season.
You just beat the Braves, who had been the best team in baseball, and beat them 2 out of 3.
That shows a little resilience.
How about that, folks?
The Mariners hit the road, looking to build momentum.
This is an opportunity road trip for the Mariners.
And create some distance atop the AL West.
You're not far from sitting in first place, because the rest of the teams, nobody's running away with it.
Mariners, White Sox, tonight. First pitch at 4:40. Pre-game at 3:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with, Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation, they're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
Hon, is your new pinball machine in our budget?
KeyBank will meet you in that our money is now our money moment.
Actually, our banker Steve recommended we start a joint checking account for bills and keep our individual accounts for things like pinball machines.
Did someone say Banker Steve? I was in the neighborhood in case you had any checking account questions.
Steve, you're always there for us. Now, how quickly can we open that account?
Steve, are you seeing this?
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank, member FDIC.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Go ahead, take the leap. Upgrade your pad with Snohomish PUD. Trim your energy costs and cozy up your home with rebates on windows, insulation, heat pumps, and more. Get the jump on comfort and savings you'll enjoy for years. Snohomish PUD has helped customers save energy and money for over 45 years. Don't wait. Hop over to snowpud.com/rebates.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams sale and get 30% off duration, woodscapes, and super deck products May 1st through the 11th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a hospitality manager at a 5-star hotel.
So I just checked into room 318, but someone was in there.
Room 318. Oh, you were supposed to be booked in 813, which is now booked.
So what do we do?
How about rock, paper, scissors for who gets the bid?
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151. 800-917-5151.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
See, that's not nice. It says you're right, Brock. Salk does stink half the time. Andy has zero consistency. Oh, you meant golf. Hey, see, that's not right. That's not very nice. Salk is right. Inconsistency is the hallmark of an average Joe crappy golfer. Yeah, I have no illusions about who I am. And then another here saying, how come you guys haven't talked about a six-man rotation? Well, we have. I just don't think it works. I don't think it's a good idea. I think it leaves you too short in the bullpen, and also it means that you're going to get fewer starts from the pitchers you want out there starting, like Brian Wu. So I'm out on that. Yeah, I'm probably, if pressed, going with putting Luis in the pen. I don't like any of those options, but it is what it is. Let's take a look back at our week.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clack. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review, brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
Sure can, including that Kirk Cousins interview in its entirety on video. Pretty cool. Let's see. Tuesday, we talked to Jeff Passan and with Emerson Hancock on the mound tonight. Let's see what he had to say about Emerson.
The Mariners have, I'm not going to say that they have, fallen backward into a gold mine because I think a lot of what we're seeing right now, frankly, was developed, and that they helped Emerson Hancock figure out, okay, this is who I am, and this is what I should be, and that's exactly what he's been to this point. It's been awesome to see. In terms of FIP itself, yeah, I mean, he's got the lowest on the staff. He's a 2.87 right now.
Yeah, some good FIP talk thrown in at the end. But, yeah, look, they didn't luck into Emerson Hancock. They drafted him in the first round. They've stuck with him. They didn't trade him when a lot of people, like me, thought that they should. And ultimately, he's helped them pay it off, and they get credit for the development. He gets credit for trying new things and being open and sort of recognizing that his career was at a kind of a crossroads. And now you end up, right, at least for now, as one of the best pitchers on your team. What an incredible thing to get at this stage in the development of the roster. Next day to Wednesday was Tom Pelissero, who did break the news on Dante Fowler coming to the Seahawks. We asked him if Dante had other options.
Oh, he absolutely had other options, but those relationships that he had, again, coming in for the visit, his communication with AD, and the way that Joey and those guys had kind of, kept in contact and kept the thing alive. That was all a big part of it. I mean, listen, there's still a bunch of pass rushers sitting out there, older guys. You got, the Von Millers, Cam Jordan, Joey Bosa, if he wants to keep playing, Brandon Graham, Jadeveon Clowney, former Seahawk and former almost everything else in the NFL too. I mean, those guys are out there as well. None of them are getting, big money at this point, but there's certainly a ton of teams out there with pass rush needs. And so, yes, absolutely, Fowler would have had other options.
So he did have other suitors, but also he had more competition, right, for those jobs. I just got to imagine, and Tom confirmed it, that they basically said, look, now or never. If you want to do this, let's do it. Come on in. Let's go. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to know that DeMarcus Lawrence had some behind-the-scenes element of helping to push for something like that. Here's a little bit more from Tom.
Well, he's got a close relationship with Aiden Durde from their days in Dallas. That was a big piece of it. He obviously visited a couple of weeks ago, and I'd give credit to AD as well as to Joey Lane and those guys for having a plan in place. They went into the draft, and if you were talking about the needs for the Seahawks going into that draft, I mean, certainly, you'd have running back on there, corner, safety, edge, and offensive lineman. Edge is really the one that wasn't addressed, but, they didn't have to reach on it because they were confident that if they didn't draft one, that they'd be able to get something done with Dante.
And that's exactly how it went down. And it does help put the draft into some perspective that they didn't go down the road of an edge rusher. It was my only real concern. And this absolutely helps alleviate it. Like, yeah, why did you go running back corner or running back safety corner? Well, because those were needs. Those were important positions. And you had an edge guy that you were getting rid. Now, again, I still think you got to take care of Derek Hall. I know we'll probably hear something about Devin Witherspoon first, but I really do hope that the next move after that is to sign Derek Hall for something long-term. I just would love to have one stalwart in that on that edge that you're going to count on for a while. Of course, the last interview was Kirk Cousins. Been playing you that in a couple different spots over the last 2 days. We asked him about Mike McDonald and this defense and why it's so effective.
I also think that they do a great job schematically of, giving the safeties, even the linebackers, the ability to get to the right call. So you may have, 2 or 3 calls as a defense ready to go on any given play, and based on how the offense aligns, based on formation splits or shotgun or whatever, they'll be ready to get to what they feel is the right call in that moment. And so I think giving the players the tools to try to be in optimum calls at any given time in the game is where football has evolved or is evolving, and I think Mike's done a great job with that.
Yeah, I mean, allowing smart players to be smart is essentially what he's saying, right? Drafting smart guys that love ball. We've heard that a lot from Mike McDonald, right? Smart guys that love ball. And then giving them the opportunity to use that skill out on the field. Been incredibly effective for them and confusing, and that does back up a lot of what you heard from Phillip Rivers a couple of weeks ago also. Speaking of which, with Phillip Rivers, you got a whole lot of oohs and ahs about number 3, Nicky Manwari. We asked Kirk Cousins about him as well.
Yeah, I think positionless players can be somewhat of a high risk, high reward. I'm maybe talking a little bit out of my depth here, but I'm not a GM. But I do think that there's an attraction in the first round of drafting a guy who you say, I don't know what he's going to play, but he's a great athlete, and because he can do a lot of things, that Swiss Army knife factor could be a real advantage for us. And at times that backfires because a guy never really learns a position. He never really gets comfortable, is kind of a fish out of water, and great athlete, but can never really fit into the scheme. Other times it becomes the best thing ever because, like you said, offenses say, well, is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? Is he a blitzer? What is he, a good cover guy? Like, how do we attack this personnel grouping? Because we don't know what they're going to ask him to do from one snap to the next. And that can be a huge advantage to a defense. But I've seen it go both ways, where you get that player out of college who you don't know quite how he's going to fit, and it can go really well or it can go really poorly. And it would seem with Seattle that's gone really well.
Again, just love the compliments, and you can see how important he is to what the Seahawks are trying to do and what that style of player does to opposing teams. Now, you got to get it right. It doesn't work if you got the wrong guy, obviously. But if you can get it right, man, what a huge difference it makes, and I think you're seeing it with Nicky Manwari. All right, that's for you in review. As you heard, that's brought to you by our YouTube channel. You can go there, subscribe. I think we got, over 60,000 subscribers now? They're changing our goals. Unbelievable. So please go subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube channel, and you can get all the interviews like
70.
those. 70?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Actually, yeah, we're a little bit up over the 70.
Wow. All right, well, let's get to 80 or let's get to 100. What are we doing? Let's track down Mr. Beast. We'll be back with everything you need to know. And then G. Scott. You want to raise the profile. There you go. It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
After the biggest series win so far this season.
You just beat the Braves, who had been the best team in baseball, and beat them 2 out of 3.
That shows a little resilience.
How about that, folks? The Mariners hit the road, looking to build momentum.
This is an opportunity road trip for the Mariners.
And create some distance atop the AL West.
You're not far from sitting in first place, because the rest of the teams, nobody's running away with it.
Mariners, White Sox, tonight. First pitch at 4:40. Pre-game at 3:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 100 times from our sports teams in town. Talent acquisition, we need it. I'm guessing at IRG, talent acquisition is also key for you?
Absolutely, Brock. Talent acquisition is everything. You know, our strength here at IRG is what I call our human capital. These are the folks that work here at IRG with a passion, with a focus on building great teams, providing great care, and being involved in the community. We want the best and brightest. And if you're looking for an opportunity to be the best and brightest, IRG is the place for you. We will provide mentorship, continued education, personal and professional growth. We have it all for you. We want the best and brightest.
If you want to be a part of that team, all you got to do is go visit one of their 40 convenient locations. IRG is in your neighborhood. All the details as well, you can find them at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Here in the Pacific Northwest, windows can be one of the best investments you can make to add value to your home. At Dunn Lumber, we have designated Milgard window specialists who have been trained by Milgard to best serve your needs. If you need help finding the right windows for your home, come by one of our 4 Dunn Lumber window showrooms. Or reach out to me personally, Mike Dunn at DunnLumber.com.
Dunn Lumber, building success together.
I'm Stacy Rost, and here with my friend Mark Clymer, GM of Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, I know for me, when I go to a dealership, I just don't want to feel pushed into buying something.
Hey, I'm just like you, Stacy. I don't want to feel pressured when I'm trying to buy something either. So we understand that, and so do all of our employees. The bottom line is we'll give you the information that you want. We'll take care of you from beginning to end, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, we understand. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one.
I think the thing that I want most is to be able to trust the person I'm working with. It's a huge investment, and I got to be honest, I don't know a ton about cars.
Second largest thing most people ever buy next to a home. So You're right. You want to make sure you're buying from a reputable place, you want a warranty, and you want to make sure you're covered for any reason you change your mind. And we offer that. 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee.
And congratulations on 104 years in Auburn. That's a big deal. Check out the 104th anniversary sale going on now with great prices. That's Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com. That's PendergastLaw.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet. Rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, pretty curious to see what the Mariners look like on this road trip. Remember, the first trip of the year was not good. The last trip was tremendous as they went to St. Louis and Minnesota and went 5-1. Let's see, Chicago and Houston. I think those 2 teams we said yesterday are 11 games below 500 combined, so certainly ripe with opportunity, although the Mariners have played better ball, it seems, against some better teams. It just hasn't, the record hasn't factored in as much as you would think. Emerson Hancock will go tonight against Sean Burke. You know Sean Burke? He's been good this year.
I think he was their opening day starter at least last year.
I mean, like, it's not a name I'm particularly familiar with, but you look at the numbers, they're actually pretty similar to Emerson Hancock's. He's pitched very well to start the year, but Emerson is such a big part of what the Mariners have done so far. Cal Raleigh and the Cal Raleigh Show with Shannon Dreyer explaining why Emerson's been so successful.
Yeah, he's done a great job of kind of, figuring out, who he is as a pitcher, and I think he's done some physical things as well as some mental things to help grow his game. And obviously, dropping his arm slot was something that he did and kind of found. And then honestly, finding some breaking balls. I think that was always kind of the thing, for him out of college was just, never really had that swing and miss type pitch or per se that was, a secondary offering. He had good fastballs. He's always had those, but he's done a good job of differentiating them, and now he's really found something with his secondary offerings, and it's starting to come together, and he's starting to feel more and more confident each outing.
Well, there's no doubt that sweeper has really changed things for him when you combine it with the lower arm slot and gives that a little bit more depth. It seems to make the fastball a little harder to figure out. Just everything going right now for Emerson Hancock, and he'll have to face the Japanese rookie sensation Munetaka Murakami, second in baseball with 14 home runs. He's just 1 behind Judge. Jared Kelenic should be in the lineup this weekend as well, so looking forward to seeing that. I'll root for Kelenic. Can't help it. Sorry. Still love the guy. Kind of hope he has some success.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And, of course, you got reinforcements coming, starting with Brendan Donovan, who shall be back tonight.
Yeah, if he stays in the lineup and stays on the field at third base, he'll be absolutely fine at third base. I'm a big, believer in one guy in the lineup can have a larger effect than just that one guy over the player that was playing instead of him. So this isn't just Brendan Donovan replacing Leo Rivas in the lineup. You're lengthening the lineup now. You're asking players to be themselves a little more. And the effect of that one hitter, we talked about this last July, you get that one hitter in the lineup that you didn't have, it's going to have a bigger impact than just adding one guy who's more productive. And that happens more at the top of the lineup than it even does in the middle of the lineup sometimes.
Yeah, it's Jason Churchill, and I would actually follow up on the first point he made there. It allows Leo Rivas to be Leo Rivas. Leo's an effective player when you allow him to play his game. When you ask him to play every single day and be the starting third baseman, I don't know that is who he is. That's probably asking too much of Leo Rivas. But ask him to be a utility guy and come in and kind of do the things that he's good at. I would assume he would have a lot more success and effectiveness. Now, the big question, of course, is the other piece of news, which is that Bryce Miller wants to come back.
I'm ready to go. I'm glad that I've been up here and I can be at the home games, but it's not the same. Just kind of knowing that I haven't contributed at all yet, besides just booing Cal from time to time, but and just talking to the guys. But I'm ready to get back and get on the field and kind of help the team put some zeros up and string some wins together.
I mean, all those things would be great. it's going to come at the expense of someone. By the way, him saying he's ready is not all that important. What's more important is Adam Jude's report that the Mariners agree. So now what? I know I've been going back and forth, but I think I am finally at the point where the thing to do is to put Luis Castillo in the pen. I don't love it, but you got issues in the pen. It helps solve that. You give him the "it's not you, it's me" routine, and thank you to the 509 for texting that in earlier. You're absolutely right. That's the way you handle this, and hopefully it goes well, and it allows Luis to continue to be a big part of what you're doing here, and at the same time, help the pen and help your rotation. Seems like a win-win-win all the way around.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, just talking through potential Seahawks owners. We got some news yesterday. Sportico says Wick Grossbeck and Aditya Mittal are forming a coalition together. Now, Wick was the primary owner of the Celtics. They sold. He retained some percentage. I think it's like 13%. Mittal was one of the bidders who ended up buying the Celtics. So they've already worked together in that sale and on the continued running of that franchise. And obviously, Wick's been very successful. He's a personable guy. He's charismatic. He understands the business. I would be very comfortable with any group that has Wick Grossbeck at front and center. The other name that came out yesterday was Vinod Kosia, co-founder of Sun Microsystems. Now, he's recently been invested in the Niners, and I know that makes people a little sketched out. It should not. Not at all unusual for owners to start with a small, bid in one franchise and then eventually take over another franchise. And there is some local connection there. I mentioned it to Brock earlier. The Niners have some interest in, I think it's Leeds Soccer, and the Ackerleys are co-investors there as well. So maybe some local connection to go with that. I think you'll also get more. I'm hearing at least 2 more groups will end up bidding on this. So keep looking for Steve Apostolopoulos. I think he's going to be an option. He's missed out on a couple of other teams he's bid on. There's a long way to go in this process. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I do want to ask G about that and what he thinks is going on with ownership and how it'll affect the future of the franchise. And then also, we got a ton of things to do with G. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and if you're ready for Mother's Day, well, if you're not, you're in trouble because it's like really soon, this weekend. If you haven't figured something out, let me recommend Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway where you could win one of 100 designer handbags filled with prizes. Yeah, that's tomorrow and Sunday, the 10th. Don't forget, book a stay at the new hotel. It is beautiful. Get a little last-minute rate. Elevate your next getaway with the effortless style and utmost in relaxation. Try the spa. The mom in your life's going to love it. Go to snocasino.com for all the details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
People can see through if it's not genuine. And it's genuine here. The Johnsons always talk about in orientation meeting. Their dad and grandpa, they always maintain that it's a people business. We're not here to sell cars and work on cars. That's what we do, but it's really about just helping people. Every month we have a new employee orientation meeting, and the Johnsons present. They can't get out to all the stores every day and meet everyone, but at least they get to shake hands with new employees every month in the orientation meeting. And they tell everyone there's not one car deal or one repair order that is worth tarnishing our reputation and ruining an experience for a customer. That just is really what is instilled.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Still planning your summer vacation? Tired of airports and long drives? Anacortes Yacht Charters has a better option. Cruise the San Juan Islands aboard a fully equipped yacht. Take the helm of a bareboat charter or hire a skipper to explore on your terms. Quiet coves, lively harbors, no schedules. Just a tide guide and a sense of adventure. With a fleet of 50 powerboats and sailboats, AYC has options for groups large and small, from beginner to old salt. Start your San Juan adventure at ayc.com/KIRO.
Hey there, Dawn Riling from Olympic Hot Tub. Time to celebrate spring and warmer days ahead. Get ready by adding a hot tub, swim spa, or sauna at home to take better care of you and your family. For nearly 50 years, Olympic has been offering products to help people live better. During our Soak, Sauna, and Swim event, find your perfect wellness solution and save thousands through May 10th. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Olympic Hot Tub.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice.
DayandNight.net.
This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric.
DayandNight.net.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
The Camping World Ultimate RV Show is coming to Angel of the Winds RV Resort in Seattle. Parking and admission are free. Join us May 14th to the 17th to shop special show pricing on over 200 fully staged new and used RVs. Get an exclusive first look at new models. Check out the latest gear and accessories. Bring the family to enjoy our Kids Zone and enter to win a new RV. Don't miss the Ultimate RV Show in Seattle, May 14th to the 17th. We'll see you there.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Good morning, G. Scott. I love you, man. It's good to see you.
I love you too, man. Let me tell you something. I don't know what y'all want to talk about today, but I'm going to tell you something right now.
You got like a Renoir on your coat there.
You know what? People have been liking. Hold on, Mar. Let me adjust myself.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
My seat's tripping a little bit.
All right. Get to the right spot.
First of all, I just want to say hello. Man, there's a lot of people. Well, I mean, about 6 or 7 that listens to this segment.
Yeah, there's
man.
a couple.
There's a couple. I get a lot of people. I got my own show over there.
I know.
I'm out and about like, oh my gosh, I love 8:30 on Fridays. I'm like, well, what about 9 o'clock?
They're like, nah.
You know what I mean?
That's okay.
All right.
Maybe that's too much G.
It could be.
Maybe that's just a little too much, G. I don't know.
We should do something different. Like, instead of you guys coming up with to talk about, how do people text in? What do they want us to talk about?
I'm happy to listen to the people.
I'll let you start off. What you got?
Well, I do still want to talk more about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini because there's nobody else I can talk to about it with. Like, not that many other people are all that interested in it around here. I mean, off the air they are, but nobody wants to talk about it on the air.
Everybody
wants to talk about it off the air because it's fun gossip.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up. I want to say something about that. I want to call out the NFL people.
Okay.
Y'all NFL folks, off the air, offline, and all that stuff, y'all got plenty to say about the Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini. But, boy, when I try to talk to some of my people online and on podcasts and stuff, hey, G, man, don't be asking me about that.
So why do you think that is?
Because it's an NFL fraternity.
Right.
That's why. It's a misogynistic fraternity that's got to take care of their own. Now, the problem is if Mike Vrabel's name was Mike Jenkins or something, oh, yeah, this would be a different story. He could be doing this. Now, I mean, by the way, this is different. Like if he was
the son of famed actor Richard Jenkins.
Right. Or if he was if the head coach was related to me. Or if the head coach looked like me.
On your Irish side or no?
Not the Irish side. I think we can all agree ESPN would cover this most.
Mm-hmm.
And even former folks that used to be in the league, around the league, would talk about it. But the reason they don't want to talk about it, because, look, there's a lot of bodies that are buried certain places. Yeah. There's a lot of people that are compromised. And there's a lot of folks that's like, if I talk about that, then you know, what I did 17 years ago, that could come out. But I just want to say this. This isn't just flesh on flesh. This isn't just some one-time thing. Now, dog, let me tell you something, Mike Salk. Between me and you, I've done some things in my life.
We know.
I've done some things that I'm not proud of.
I know that, yes.
Okay.
And you've been very one of the great things I love about you is you've been very open and honest about that over the years.
Let me tell you something, dog. Never in my life, never in all my partners, when we sit around talking, hey, man, I'm taking somebody's lady that's 8 months pregnant, and I'm going to go on a getaway with her. Do you know what kind of relationship that has to be for you to go away with somebody else's wife that's 8 months pregnant on a boat? That's different, dog. Like, that's a different type of affair. I said this yesterday.
It is a very different.
That's different.
Very different. I also think, and again, I'm speculating.
Come on.
You don't go on that romantic weekend getaway with somebody who is pregnant with somebody else's kid.
Well, that's possible because either it can be one of two things, or it can be both. Either one, that's his baby.
Mm-hmm.
Or two, she's his baby. Or three, both his babies.
Right.
Either way, but the point is, this isn't some flesh on flesh. Now when I bring up the flesh,
like, oh my gosh, I got caught up in it, and it happened one time, and I was, I get what you mean.
I know everybody listening is perfect, so I'll throw myself under the bus. I've had the flesh get me in my past.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You get caught up in the moment.
You get caught up in the moment. Like, ooh, messed up, made a mistake. But this is not messed up, made a mistake. This is intentional.
Right. This is carrying on two relationships.
This is feelings.
Yes.
This is
on both of them. For both of them.
For sure.
Yeah, they are both carrying on relationships with another person.
But the problem is, one person got let go. Mm-hmm. Their career is done. I've been told since this has been the beginning from NFL folks, no, G, he gets to keep his job. And I am trying to point out the part that makes me the most mad about this story is the real hypocrisy that centers around it. And because there's so much hypocrisy, this is the reason why the ESPNs and all these folks don't want to carry this story.
Yeah, I've heard you make this point. I think I know. I think I get it. And I think I agree with you to an extent. And it's essentially that all reporters have relationships that are inappropriate in different ways, whether it's Peter Schrager telling us that he was at, whose wedding did he say he was at? Sean McVay's wedding, I think it was, right? Like, is that inappropriate if they've become friends through the through reporting, not like they've been friends since childhood, but like they became friends through this and they've gotten close. Like, is that a questionable source then?
Yeah.
I think that's a fair question you ask.
You know what? How about we do this? Instead of doing random names and people that we think we know about, how about we just keep it local? Let me give an example. And I always like to use my good friend Mara, and I love to use Stacy Rost. I love to use them for examples. They're in the sports media game, right? Here's what they can't do. They can't go to somebody's wedding all of a sudden. They can't go and exchange numbers. They can't go to the bar with this player and meet up at this club after the game and all those things. Now, I'm speaking for myself. Over the years, one of the biggest reasons as to my connection has been the access that I have had, not just a reporter type situation. It has been the access that I have had in very intimate situations. Now, I wasn't having sex with none of those dudes, right? I wasn't physically doing that. However, we men get a pass for being able to go to those places. But the Stacys and the Maras, they literally can't do that.
Yeah, I get it. I agree.
And even more so now, because of this situation.
Right, and you're worried about Maura, you can jump in here if you want. You're worried about what it would look like.
We've talked about, I mean, there's been people in front offices and teams here that, like, you've texted from time to time. And I think I've talked to Stacy. We would feel kind of uncomfortable doing that on a regular basis. Maybe you ask a question once or something, but I think you can have a more casual, friendly relationship that it would make me nervous to do that it might be judged the wrong way, or it could lead to something that I don't want. Or
100%.
You definitely have to think about it a lot more as a woman.
There's no doubt. I don't have a good answer to that. Like, I don't know what the right solution is to that, because I don't fault a reporter for building sources. I can't fault them for that. That's what they should do. That's absolutely what a good reporter should do. Now, does that mean you go to the wedding? I don't know. Maybe there's a conversation about where you draw that line. But you aren't doing your job as a reporter if you're not building up sources and trying to get more information. And same as a radio host, no, we're not journalists, big J journalists. But absolutely, Brock and I and other good, hopefully good radio hosts, and on the news side as well, you have to have sources so that you're speaking with a level of command and understanding about whatever topic is coming up. So you want reporters to do that. But I can't disagree at all that it puts male reporters at an advantage over female reporters, especially in the sports world, where a overwhelming majority of the sources you'd be looking at are men. So I don't have a good answer. I don't know that anybody's got a good answer to that.
Okay. Well, let me continue further.
Okay.
Because I've been around this sports media game. It's like being on one side of the tracks and then being on the other side of the tracks and seeing how they do things and then being like, you know what, sometimes I don't even like that side of the tracks. And let me explain. You see, this isn't just an NFL problem. This problem, this double standard, lies with the men also that's in sports media. Let me go back to January of 2026. Do you all remember? You remember Lynn Jones Turpin, the reporter in Jacksonville, when the Duval head coach, Jacksonville head coach, he goes to talk and she says, baby, you hold your head up. You guys had a most magnificent season. Now, I want you guys to go back to that time and see how many of you didn't do it the right way. Our kid, she needs to be the integrity of sports reporting. All she did, and by the way, I'm going to tell y'all something right now. If you have a black woman, an older black woman speak life into you like that and speak to you that way, I promise you there is no wrong time to have that kind of talk. But let's go back. Because Miss Lynn Jones Turpin, because she spoke that way, so many of the in-crowd in the sports media, that's just not how you do it. You got to keep it separate. You got to do it this way. What y'all got to say now? Because a lot of those same folks that was talking that stuff then are quiet about, especially local media over there with the Patriots.
Yeah, I wonder what they would say. I think I don't know what the answer to that would be. I'm not backing up that rationale. I think the answer would probably be they would say, well, one is source building behind the scenes. The other is how you would, the coziness in public. But I don't know that that's a good answer. It's a pretty bad one.
The hypocrisy is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So
I agree with you on the hypocrisy, but I don't know what the right answer to it is. Okay, yeah, so we agree.
Okay.
There's hypocrisy. So should they stop building sources like that?
No.
Because that doesn't make sense.
No.
So how do you handle it?
Moving forward.
Yeah.
Stop with this whole, well, this is the right way to do things. Stop with all that. Because if you want to talk about the right way to, and just so we're clear, I want to make sure, just let me know. I've been around these guys for some years.
Mm-hmm.
You think I don't know about certain media folks and text messages that's been sent to? You don't think I've been called and, hey, G, what's up with this dude? What's up with this dude? So don't play this like, well, I'm all on the straight and narrow.
Well, I'm not doing. My question is, what do you do moving forward?
Moving forward, stop with this inside talk with sports media. Stop with this. Well, this is the right way you need to do things. Let's do better. Let's progress forward and stop making it to where, well, this is the perfect way or this is the right way to do things, when the truth is like life. Everything's not black and white. There's always lives an area of gray. And just, it's okay to do that. Don't demonize the Lynn Jones-Turpin in the future.
I'm with you on that. How do you make it okay?
What do you mean how do you
solve the initial problem that you brought up? It's a great problem. How do you?
Well, first of all, this problem, Mike, didn't just get built in 6 weeks.
I know that.
So you don't fix it in 6 weeks.
Right.
You fix it with the current people that are in it, right? That now that you're in it, do better and be better about these topics that don't maybe go your way or you think or demonize them in a certain way. And just be better talking about it. Let's be better at understanding. Let's stop when you see someone demonizing the woman, or you see was it Shiloh Sanders just recently?
Yeah.
That just said something about somebody going to make
Mary Kay Cabot, yeah.
make a sandwich?
Yeah, terrible.
Don't pick and choose the stories.
But can we agree that what Diana Rossini was doing was not kosher?
I've never said that.
No, I know that. I'm asking you. So we agree, right? Like that what she was doing was not kosher, right?
She had an MVP vote. She had a Offensive Player of the Year vote.
Right. So it was
she
not
had
kosher.
a Coach of the Year vote.
Yeah.
She had something to where she had influence on conversations. That's the obvious. And by the way, people say, well, gee, she didn't get fired. She resigned. Just make this straight.
Yeah.
She had to resign.
Of course. Yeah.
So, but she's gone. At this current pace, as of right now, week 1, Mike Vrabel will have a headset on. That's hypocrisy.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So,
I'm trying to ask a different question.
Okay,
I agree with you. You and I are
I didn't
tend to
answer
agree
your
on
question
most of
about
this.
how things get better.
I think the question is, what do you like? If you were teaching a journalism class, okay, and you had a group of 21-year-old gals and a group of 21-year-old guys in your sports journalism class, what advice would you give them each for developing sources to do their job well? Would you be giving them the same advice?
Here's my advice.
Yeah.
Whatever you're okay with doing behind the scenes, you're okay with it being uncovered. If you're okay with what you did behind the scenes actually being exposed to the public, then it was the right thing to do. And whatever that was. So when we start talking about journalism and we start talking about sports media, and there's different angles like this, you and I, radio hosts and media personalities, and there's journalism and journalists, and no disrespect to them, because some of you all do an amazing job. You went to school for it and all those things. I think that's great. But when you look at the history of sports media, okay, just think about how the conversations, and those conversations have influenced so many. We can go back to the 80s. We can go back to when there were sports media that would probably tell their listeners or their readers how, let me explain to you why a black man can't be the quarterback of an NFL team.
Right.
So you don't fix those things overnight.
Right.
it takes years. So all I'm saying is turn the switch on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be better. Recognize.
It's a good answer.
Recognize the biases that happen. Recognize the things that women in sports media can't do that some men are able to do, and it's not judged.
It's a great first step. I totally agree with you. I don't know that it answers, because if I was the girl in that class, 21 years old, thinking about how I want to become a journalist, my follow, I'd say, hey, great answer, appreciate that. What do I do? How does it help? Like, I totally agree that's what people should do. And yes, people understanding the bias is a huge step forward. Mm-hmm. But what do? I still can't text John Schneider or Jerry DiPoto or whomever else. I feel uncomfortable doing so. What do I do? How do I develop contacts and sources without it looking bad?
Well,
there's still no good answer to that.
Okay.
And by the way, I don't think you should come up with one. I don't know that there is one.
But I just want to just say this. So let's just say that there is a woman that is in the class. You're saying the woman, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do I be able to text John Schneider? To which I would tell that woman, there are men in this space that can't text John Schneider. Not everybody has that ability to be able to do that.
Understood, but I think that go back to your initial point, which is it's always going to be more awkward for her than it will be. Like if she and a male classmate do their job similarly for the next 10 years, it will be easier for him to have that phone number and make that text without it seeming awkward. And I don't know why we're using, it's not like John himself is like a person making it awkward. So we're just using him as an example here, but it's still going to be harder for her. And I still don't know what to tell her in terms of how do you do this job as well as your male counterpart? That's it's a hard question.
Okay. And I know it seems like,
and we're probably not the right people to answer it. No. Somebody like Mary Kay Cabot, who you mentioned earlier, has been a great reporter for yeyears.
I'm going to answer.
A great person to
answer.
No,
actually, I take that back. I am a very good person to answer this question. And the reason why, here's what I'm going to just keep it simple and slow it down. To the woman that's in this space, that's trying to get into a space that's dominated by the clubs, right? I don't need to say the quiet part out loud, but not everybody has equal opportunity in these spaces. Sometimes people, right, get less access because of maybe you're a woman, maybe you're black. It's history. I can bring that up and show you. So my answer to that woman to say this, go be the best you that you can be. Whatever you don't get access to, whatever limitations that are placed on you, you got to fight through it. At the end of the day, the truth never expires. As long as you continue to go, don't worry. It will all work out. I'm saying that to me. I'm saying that to that person right there. And this, by the way, this goes for anybody that feels that they're in a situation where it's unfair. They're in a situation where, man, I'm at work. I'm doing all this stuff, man. I went to go try to get a raise in my paycheck, and, man, I see this person over there. I know how much they get paid. This is so unfair. Sure, it might be unfair.
Yeah.
But you got to work through it.
Yeah, 206 is saying the answer is don't sleep with your source, period. And I totally agree. That is part of the answer. But that's not the answer. Because the response back to that is, well, okay, but I can't have a source. What if the source, in this case Mike Vrabel, will only be a source if I sleep with him? That's the problem, and that's why, you and I are actually on the same side on this. We're not really arguing. I don't think Mike Vrabel should have a job. I think he should resign, because that's, I think, the implied issue here is how else does a woman get Mike Vrabel's respect? And maybe he would sit here and say, well, what's her name? Karen Garigian, who's been at the Boston Herald and in Boston for years. And he's like, yeah, there's plenty of ways. But I think that is the implied issue.
Yeah.
So
before we move on, and I didn't know that we were
move on. We're almost done.
Yeah.
We're almost out of time.
If we really want to talk about unfairness in spaces, whether it's women, whoever the case might be, sometimes there's restaurants out here where sometimes the good-looking women will get the better shifts and will get the better hours than someone who might not be as good-looking.
Right.
If you really want to get real, we really want to get real, and the 21-year-old, since we're using that as an example, the 21-year-old woman that's a sports reporter, and she comes to you, Mike, and says, my internships, I've been trying to get on with places, but, the two girls over there, they've already got something solidified, and they're really good looking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you think that there is a bias towards good-looking women getting into these spaces as opposed to women that aren't good-looking? So all I'm saying is just have the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Some will listen to what I'm saying, and they will say, gee, you're playing the victim.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you understand. I'm 50 years old. I don't know anything different but to outbeat the system.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to the 21-year-old, to what would I say to her that because there is the stigma that some believe
mm-hmm.
that better-looking women get into these places as opposed to others that might not be as
mm-hmm.
good-looking. To my message to them is okay, you acknowledge it. Now what you want to do? You want to fold? You want to quit because you feel this way? Or maybe you actually see this injustice? You can't do that.
Yeah.
You got to keep rocking.
Yeah, and then, it gets harder when people point to specific examples because there are exceptions to everything. It's a big conversation that obviously we just spent 24 minutes on and we're not going to be able to finish today.
No, this is what actually
1 minute or less.
I'm glad you brought that. I'm glad you did this.
Good.
Because the thing is that I rock. This is the reason why, Mike Salk, that I really do rock with you. Because ain't no other sports show around that would have tackled that topic the way you and I did. And if we're going to get better, when you know better, you do better.
Mm-hmm.
You have these straight up conversations. Some get uncomfortable when they hear these things. The same way I get uncomfortable when I get on a scale. I got to bring some levity. I got to make y'all laugh. But when I get on that scale and that scale tell me the truth,
it doesn't lie. It's very honest.
And sometimes people
Can you be honest with me?
What's up?
Did you buy that at like a museum? Is that like a museum piece jacket? Is that like an actual Renoir that somebody put onto a jacket? What's going on there?
I tell you what. During the break, I want you to put it on.
No.
And let me take a picture.
Oh, my God. You know who's up next? Stacy. We're going to go from this. Stacy's going to come on next. Do we talk more about this? We'll ask Stacy if she wants to talk more about this, or maybe we can do something else. G, thank you. Your show starts momentarily on 97.3 Cairo News Radio. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, see you next Friday.
There goes G. Stacy's up next. Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
Just head-scratching moments, just booting ball, just sloppy play.
Are the Mariners really as far down as they appear? Turns out they are. 28 out of 30 in terms of defensive wins above replacement. It's a concern. The numbers say it's a concern. Your eyes say it's a concern. And for a team that's built around pitching, defense, run prevention, you can't give extra out.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
As spring picks up, Chef Store helps you keep pace. Stock up on the essentials from fresh meat and seasonal produce to frozen foods, syrups, sauces, and supplies. Open to the public, no membership required. Chef Store, buying big, made easy.
When I'm catching up with friends or family, C-Star Restaurant and Raw Bar in Bellevue, it's where we go. A welcoming atmosphere, and I get to see my good friend, Chef John Howie.
Hey, thanks, Brock. At C-Star, we're known for fresh local seafood, unmatched hospitality, and great value. Right now, enjoy a 3-course dinner in the lounge every night, starting at just $50.
$50. You cannot beat that value these days, and it's only with Chef John Howie at CStarRestaurant.com, CStarRestaurant.com.
Have a troublesome tree in need of removal? P&D Tree Service is up to the task. Local experts in tree removal for residential and commercial. If it's 1 tree or 15 trees, close quarters or land clearing, call P&D Tree. They'll get the job done safely and quickly. turning multi-day jobs into a few hours, saving you time and money. They'll clear trees away from homes to help you save on home insurance. They specialize in large tree removal. Ever see a tree removed by crane? pndtreeservice.com.
This Memorial Day, feel the freedom of lower energy bills. Lake Washington Windows and Doors is taking $525 off every window, plus $1,000 off every patio or entry door. Plus, enjoy 12 months free financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first baseline, a.k.a. Trident Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, and our entire rotation at work.
Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs, blew it by him, strike 3.
Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
It is gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident South.
The Mariners' upcoming giveaway lineup is stacked. Hello Kitty Clear Crossbody Bags May 15th. Thanks to Starbucks. Salute to Armed Forces Military Caps May 16th. Thanks to Boeing. And Josh Naylor's Mariners bobblehead debut May 18th and 19th. Brought to you by Western Washington Toyota Dealers. Get tickets at mariners.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left? I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped. Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Man, I got heavy over the course of the last half hour. Stacy Rost is here. Hi, Stacy, host of the award-winning Bump and Stacy show. What's going on? You seem troubled.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Stacy. Are you? Did you listen to the last segment?
I did.
Okay.
She actually heard something that she wants me to play for you.
No.
Yeah, if I could turn to the evidence that we've stored.
Did I do something wrong?
I'll tell you what really struck me is you wanted to talk Vrusini-Vrabel.
Yes.
Vrusini, if you will.
Vrusini.
And you said something. I tuned in. I love Brock and Salk. I listen every morning when I walk Lukey and on my way to work. Love
Appreciate
the show.
That.
A P1 for sure. And my good friend G joins, and then Maura, if you will, with the evidence.
Well, I do still want to talk more about Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini because there's nobody else I can talk to about it with.
Oh. No one else you can talk to about it with. I seem to remember being brought on this show.
That's true.
Strictly for 10 minutes to explain Scandival to you.
Yeah.
The audacity
I know.
of my friend Mike to think that I, a gossip fiend, wouldn't be talking about this all day. This is my beat.
I just didn't think you had a good perspective on it, Stacey. I just
That's
didn't think you would have any real knowledge, firsthand understand. Like I didn't think you would really be able to understand the problem.
I was talking to my eyebrow girl about
I don't
this.
feel like you have a real understanding of the problems that women would go through trying to be a reporter in this world.
And that's totally fair.
Yeah.
It's totally fair. What would I know?
Well, let me formally apologize.
Thank you. Were you really worried that I warned you that I was very upset with you?
Yes.
You couldn't see it on his face. He looked like he was going to cry.
I was legitimate. I watched my whole career flash before my eyes.
Truly, when I was driving and I heard that, I guffawed.
Understandable. Understandable.
I was aghast.
Stacy comes in and I was like, hey, do you want to talk more about this or do you want to talk about Dante Fowler or whatever? And she's like, oh, I want to talk about this.
Yeah. I have something to say to you.
Yeah. She's like, I was like, are you upset? She's like, you'll find out on the air. I was like, holy crap. What did I say? I don't know.
Crazy.
I get in trouble for a lot of things. I was worried I had done something.
It's just the audacity. Oh, hey, it's my co-host and my friend Michael Bumpus. It's just the audacity of knowing if there's a single host. I get made fun of all the time by listeners for being reality TV obsessed, pop culture obsessed. And then all of you just assume that I wouldn't know the most about this.
You're so right. You're so right.
I've got notifications on.
Do you really?
Yes.
Who do you get them from? Page
Google
6,
and Twitter.
TMZ?
All of them.
Wow. What do you think should happen?
Okay, great question. I loved your conversation with G. So can we do a quick continuation?
Yeah. So basically two parts. One, what do you think should happen to Mike Vrabel? Do you think he should lose his job?
No, I don't think so. My gut says no.
Do you think he should resign?
No.
Okay.
I think he should take more accountability and get ahead of. He can't get ahead of it. It's too late. But I think that more and more things, because it certainly seems as though they've been doing this. They're like in love. Like it seems like they've been doing this for 6+ years.
Oh, yeah.
More things will continue to come out. I might have pictures of Vrabel and Rossini on my phone. I don't know. I haven't looked through it yet, but it seems like it's coming out of the woodwork. They're going to be at a Starbucks somewhere. But like more things will continue to come out. And the reason that they're doing numbers and getting traction and people care is because he hasn't truly said anything about it. So it feels like evidence, and it feels like a gotcha. If he would have, when this first came out, hey, I'm not proud of this indiscretion, whatever it happened, if he would have truly said, and it's on her too, because Diana Rossini also denied it.
Right.
But if they would have just taken accountability for it, we would see something like this and go, oh, well, I already knew that.
Yeah, it is a little weird that they would have been so adamantly in denial on this.
Well, they've gotten away with it for 6 years.
Well, but that's what, there's 6 years of evidence for people to go back and look at. What, you don't think they were going to do that?
I think that.
Crazy.
I think that it's probably easy for people with power in the league. Mostly I'm talking about Vrabel in this case, but owners, coaches, whatever, to feel fairly untouchable because there's a lot of scandal that never catches up with people.
Fair.
The NFL is in the business of covering a lot of things up.
Second question.
Yeah. I thought the second thing would be an apology.
I've already given the apology.
Okay.
I just said I was truly sorry. Still, my heart's beating. If I end up having a heart attack later today, you can blame Stacy. The second question is, what do you tell the two 21-year-olds, male and female, in your journalism class, who say, okay, they both want to be in sports journalism, they both want to build contacts? What do you tell? And I know you and I have talked about this off the air, so I've never really had a good answer on this.
Yeah, I think it's just that it is a constant balancing. Being professional and getting the information you need is a constant balancing act that almost never stops because of how human dynamics and gender dynamics work, right? There could be 50% men and 50% women in NFL ownership and coaching staffs.
Mm-hmm.
And I still would, just because of how gender dynamics kind of work in society, I would still have to maneuver those relationships differently. Now, it's incredibly pronounced with men in those positions of power,
It's 98%.
which means that the 21-year-old male is not going to have to think of it with the same lens. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, if there was a female head coach, there's just like a layer of worry that I wouldn't have to attach in how I approach them with questions, right?
Yep.
Like when I was first a reporter, it was like, okay, don't be too flirty, don't laugh too much, be careful with what you're wearing. Ask for maybe an email instead of a phone number. If you send a number, try to do it before end of business day. You know what I mean? Just like layers that like, I have a friend who saw a higher up with a professional sports team at a bar and just shared a drink with them.
Right.
Like just ran into him and was like, oh, hey, asked a couple of questions. And then I would never do that, nor would I encourage anyone to. I get it. Now, my friend is playing the game. He's getting sources, and he has a different job where he has to have those relationships.
But even
I don't
if he had the
begrudge him
same
at
job,
all.
like, I don't have any, like, that's
No.
doing a good job.
No.
Like, you should try to develop sources, and I
So-
can't fault the guy
Yes.
for having that ability, but that doesn't make it okay
Well-
that someone else doesn't have it.
Well, yes, but like I think the reality is that right now there's no making it fair. So I think what it instead becomes is maybe a personal accountability thing of if your first assumption when you read about Diana Rossini clearly cheating on her husband and having an affair with Mike Vrabel was, I wonder how many women in sports do this to get information, maybe you question yourself. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like maybe you question your own assumptions about why one person reflects in any way on other women. And if your assumption is that that one person is representative of how women move through this business, then like you need to re-examine your own thing. So maybe it's a bit of that. And I will say this, I actually think it's getting much better because I think younger generations are used to seeing women on their screens in sports in a very different way. Like I used to be asked when I was a reporter. And so this was, within the last 10 years, so it's gotten much better over that time. But let's say like 5, 6, 7 years ago or more, I would be asked like, oh, do you ever get players like hitting on you or whatever? And it's like, no, because they're roughly my age and they see women who are at least sideline. I'm not a sideline reporter, but they see women who are sideline reporters or they see women all the time or they, it's not a novelty to them.
Yeah.
The people I had the most uncomfortable interactions with were always older men behind the scenes or like a listener or whatever. It was always a slightly older generation. And so it's like, no, I didn't get stuff from players.
Yeah, I would think the younger generation of players, has grown up in a completely different way and has grown up with cell phones and cameras and all of the other things that have helped to curb some of the behavior that was very much the norm for a long time. So, all right. Well, this was fun. Thank you for scaring the living crap out of me. That was awful. I got to say, that was like the worst part of my week, and it's not close.
I'm just saying,
It was an awful feeling. I really felt my heart jump into my throat.
My expertise.
Do you really think she would tease that she's going to tell you on air that she's super angry with you?
If she was that angry, yes.
I was that angry.
If she was that angry, yes. I do. I absolutely do.
I was that angry.
Oh, my
This is
God.
my expertise. This is basically what I majored in. I am an expert on gossip.
What are you doing?
Well, and a woman.
Yeah.
And a woman.
What? Hold on. This is breaking news. All right. We're late, but Luis Castillo, what are you doing today with Bryce Miller coming back? What's your plan?
Hanging on to all of them for right now. You think they'll IL Castillo? I don't know. I'm not sending Castillo to the bullpen,
You're not.
even though they have some shortages there. I don't think so.
I think I am.
You are?
Yeah, I
How
think
does this
so.
stuff play out of it, though?
I think better.
Okay.
I think the two-seamer plays up. I think it's better.
Isn't he better a couple times through the lineup?
Oh, Stacy, I don't know. I don't like
sorry,
any of
it
the
was a fair
suggestions.
point.
I don't like any of these ideas, and it is a good point. But I also think that I would do it. I just think they need too much help in the pen.
Fair.
Somebody said earlier, give him the "it's not you, it's me" speech.
Okay.
Like, hey, Luis, it's not you.
It's good
It's
context
us.
to do
We
it where
need
you're
it.
like, we have so many guys injured.
We just need help right now.
Lands a little easier.
Bumpin' Stacy is awesome, and it comes on right after our show at 10 o'clock, of course, and you can find them on the Seattle Sports app, and you can go download their podcasts and subscribe to the YouTube and all of that good stuff. And, I'm not going to have Stacy on again for a while, but
I'm not mad at you now.
Well, I know, but now I'm mad at you, so we'll have to see what time when we're able to do this again. The great Stacy Rost coming up just after us on Bumpin' Stacy. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
After the biggest series win so far this season.
You just beat the Braves, who had been the best team in baseball, and beat them 2 out of 3.
That shows a little resilience.
How about that, folks?
The Mariners hit the road, looking to build momentum.
This is an opportunity road trip for the Mariners.
And create some distance atop the AL West.
You're not far from sitting in first place, because the rest of the teams, nobody's running away with it.
Mariners, White Sox, tonight. First pitch at 4:40. Pre-game at 3:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You know, you just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
When you head to your local Toyota dealer to purchase a new car, ask them this question. Do you offer a lifetime powertrain warranty? If the answer is no, then visit Toyota of Kirkland if you're in the north or Toyota of Renton if you're in the south. Both stores protect your vehicles for life with powertrain warranties on all Toyota models outside of the BZ. Not all Toyota dealers are built the same. Head to ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com and receive a lifetime powertrain warranty on your next Toyota.
O'Brien. Digging in my yard, trying to lay a pipe. I hit a water line and now I have to pay a big fine. I should have called 811.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The wait is over. A new Old Navy is now open at Cordata Center in Bellingham. Come by for all things fabulous, like our famous jeans and best-selling activewear. Plus, jaw-dropping deals like dresses and tees starting at just $10. Only at Old Navy, valid through 5/12, select styles only.
Mariners and White Sox this afternoon in Chicago. First pitch at 4:40, pregame at 3:30. Listen live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman here to talk about a revolutionary treatment for prostate cancer. It's Swedish, called CyberKnife. I want to bring in Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center. Dr. Meyer, what makes Swedish CyberKnife so effective?
The CyberKnife allows us to target prostate cancer with better than a millimeter of accuracy.
It adjusts for patient motion on the fly in real time, and it avoids giving radiation to other surrounding vital organs. Plus, the treatment can be done in just 5 quick sessions.
I understand it's the most technologically advanced treatment available.
Correct. Plus, the CyberKnife is more affordable, it's less invasive, and has minimal side effects compared to other treatments. Our research shows that after 10 years, more than 90% of patients are free from cancer progression.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnife prostate, or just give them a call, 206-320-7187.
CyberKnife is a registered trademark of Accuray Incorporated and is used with permission.
Do you have a car, truck, or SUV you're willing to sell? How about an RV or commercial vehicle? Wayscar Ford in Auburn will buy it from you, and when they resell your old vehicle, they'll split the profit with you 50-50. That's right. You'll get paid twice. I'm here with Mark Clymer of Wayscar Ford. Mark, I'm not surprised your vehicle profit sharing program's doing well. It's a fantastic offer.
It sure is, Stacy. We've been buying a lot of cars off this thanks to your advertising, and I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now, and the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit. A lot of people have vehicles right now that are sitting around and they're worth a lot of money, and they're saying, you know, what the heck? I want to sell it. I don't want to deal with it myself, but I don't want to give it away either. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get the most they can for the car without having to go through the hassle of selling it themselves.
Exclusively at Wayscar Ford, celebrating 104 years in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, man. Is this week almost over? That was the worst few minutes of my week. It wasn't close. Stacy scared the hell out of me.
I could see it in your face.
I was legitimately
and I was trying
scared.
to get her to kind of let on that she was joking, but she wouldn't. Really.
No, she's really a good actress. I can't stand her. She's now my least favorite person in this building, and that's saying something. No, I'm just kidding. All right, Mariners heading out on the road. They're not going to, they're seeing the White Sox and the Astros. These are not the 27 Yankees or anything. So you would love to see them go out and come back with a winning road trip. It's kind of go time for them. Emerson Hancock gets the ball tonight in Game 1 against Sean Burke. He's been very good. Cal Raleigh talking to Shannon Dreyer about what Hancock has done with his arm slot changes this year and how it's been helpful.
I think he just found a slot that he likes to throw from. I think sometimes pitchers can fall into the trap of becoming, I guess, too pitcherish. You know, they get too. When I say that, I mean they only throw from their motion or from where they're coming set from, and you know they forget to be athletic out there and that they're athletes. And you know I'm watching them right now; they're fielding the ball and pretending to be a shortstop. So you know that's kind of where you find your natural arm angle is when you're playing catch out there, or you go take a few ground balls to shortstop, and wherever you throw from shortstop should be your natural arm angle that you normally throw from. So you know it looks natural. It looks good coming out of his hand. Doesn't look forced. Like I said, see someone. You know, kind of I had a different arm angle there, and that's usually, you know, when you can locate your best and you feel your best. It's when you find that slot.
I really enjoy when Cal is thoughtful like that. I love his breakdowns of pitchers and really thinking through. You just see how good he is at his job, how seriously he takes it all, and how much thought really goes into the whole thing. All right, well, we'll get to see Jared Kelenic in Chicago. He's been playing for the White Sox. Lyle and I were trying to guess what his line would be for the weekend. So let's say he plays in all 3 games, has 12 plate appearances. I said, what did I say? 2 for 11 with a walk and a home run. But it's a walk-off home run.
That's what I was going to say. You said the home run's a walk-off. Again, and I think both of our consensus here is we're just going to laugh if it happens.
I did appreciate the text that said over 12, 13 strikeouts because he is going to be gripping that bat tight and swinging for the fences.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It's fun conversation, and for us anyway, I'm sure it's not going to be a fun conversation for Dan Wilson when he's got to tell whoever it is that they're out of this rotation, unless they're going to go to a 6-man, which I don't see happening, and I don't think they should. I just think you're limiting then the number of times you're seeing really good pitchers like Brian Wu, like George Kirby is on fire right now, and you're limiting yourself in the pen. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. But Bryce Miller is back and ready.
I'm ready to go. I'm glad that I've been up here and I can be at the home games, but it's not the same. Just kind of knowing that I haven't contributed at all yet, besides just booing Cal from time to time, but and just talking to the guys. But I'm ready to get back and get on the field and kind of help the team put some zeros up and string some wins together.
Yeah, so I think I would put Luis in the pen. I don't love it. I don't like it even, but I do think you'd give him the "it's not me, it's you," and just say, or "it's not you, it's me." Sorry, and just say, "Look, we need help. Need help in the pen." And even once you get guys like Brash and Spire back, we're still going to need help in the pen. They're just a little short in the pen, and his stuff may play up. Who knows? I'd like to think that it would. I'd like to think that he would be an asset, because I'm a big fan of Luis Castillo. Also going to get Brendan Donovan back tonight. He will join the team as Cal gets set to return to full-time catching duties. I assume that means Johnny Pareda probably goes back to Tacoma.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And then finishing up here, Sportico report yesterday. Wick Grossbeck, former majority owner of the Celtics. Remember, they sold a couple years ago, partnering with Aditya Mittal, who is now part of the Celtics ownership group and a big CEO of a steel giant from India, or ArcelorMittal, excuse me. They are one of the bidding parties for the Seahawks. Also coming out, Vinod Kosia, co-founder of Sun Microsystems. He is an investor with the 49ers, currently minority investor, and that is pretty typical of owners to start with a small investment in one property before eventually moving. And when they do, they sell off their stake. So it's not like you would be full owner, a majority owner of the Seahawks and minority owner of the Niners. It doesn't work that way. You sell off one and go forward with the other. So we'll see what happens. I think there'll be more as well. I think we'll see at least two more. And that Steve Anthopoulos name, I think, will probably end up being another guy who gets in it. He seems to really want to own a sports franchise. So that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. A lot of great texts about the segment with G and the one with Stacy. Specifically quoting Stacy, I was talking to my eyebrow girl about this. That was funny. Thank you. Yes. Let's see. Sacrilegious Salk. Blasphemy, she says. Miss Stacy is right. Representation matters. Let's see. Stacy is right. Fairness is difficult to identify. What are good examples of equity? Well, that's going to be a long conversation. Matt in Oregon, though, brings it home. Stacy had Mike so scared he was sweating out of both armpits. That is unnecessary. How dare you? How dare you? All right. Coming up, your phone calls. Are we ready? Are we ready for open phone lines? I think we are. It's the end of the week. Let's go. 866-979-3776. What should we talk about today for open phones? It's up to you guys, really. Certainly, we've been talking about the Vrabel Rossini thing for a while. I don't know if I need to do a ton of calls on that, but if you do have an opinion, you want to present it, certainly we'll take it. Mariners. What are we seeing? What would you do with Bryce Miller coming back? I've said I'd send Luis to the pen. I don't like it, but I think it's what I would do. What would you do with Bryce Miller coming back? You got a bunch of options on the table. The piggyback option, the six-man rotation, Bryce to the pen, Luis to the pen, Phantom IL. All of those are, I guess, options open to the Mariners. So 866-979-3776. We're trying to just figure this team out. You feel like you have a beat on what the Mariners are, what they're going to be? I don't, but maybe you do. 866-979-3776. Seahawks signing Dante Fowler earlier in the week. Is that enough? Are they ready to go? Are they repeating? Do they have a problem? Do they have something else they need to do? Again, do you have a thought on the potential owner options that have come out so far? We've certainly gotten texts about it. I don't know if we'll get calls, but, how are you feeling about potential Seahawks ownership situation? So, Kraken, Huskies, whatever it is. 866-979-3776, 866-979-3776. Open phones. You're next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy.
I loved the pick of Bud Clark, but only in hindsight. Like you, Bump, he was not. It wasn't that he wasn't on my radar.
He wasn't on your radar?
Well, no, I'll say it's not that I looked at it and thought, what a horrible reach.
Right.
Like,
He's a smooth safety, very aggressive, attacks the football. And once you put on the film, it makes sense. He feels the football when it's in the air. He just has a radar of the football field that a safety needs when you're a freelancer back there roaming around.
Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2. Only on Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Hey, you mind keeping it down up there, please?
KeyBank will meet you in that I need new neighbors moment.
Rick, it's your mortgage loan officer, Beth. I was in the neighborhood and wanted to let you know your home loan application's been approved.
Beth, you're always there for me, and not a moment too soon.
Are your neighbors bowling with grand pianos again?
And apparently raising livestock?
Ugh. For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. Equal housing lender. NMLS number 399797.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And now everything's on sale during our Memorial Day event. Save up to $1,200 on mattresses for a limited time. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. A shot to center field. Julio is there, and Julio makes the catch!
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house, even when there's not an actual seat, because you're in the T-Mobile pen.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
The pen isn't just the perfect space to hang with your whole crew. It's where you can see Julio defend the no-fly zone 1 minute and watch Senor Smoke get ready for his big entrance the next.
Andres Munoz has simply been incredible.
Sure, the pen is standing room only, but with a team this exciting, who wants to be sitting down? Mariners baseball. Try this up.
With Mariners Value Games, you can score tickets starting under $12 on select dates all season, including the series against the White Sox, May 18th through 20th. And on the 18th and 19th, you can also take home a Josh Naylor bobblehead, thanks to Western Washington Toyota dealers. Get your tickets at mariners.com/valuegames.
Dave Wyman here with an interesting story. A woman was about to donate a box of jewelry, but her friend told her, take it to Bellevue Rare Coins first. She walked out with a check that far exceeded her expectations. Old jewelry, coin collections, gold watches, necklaces, and pendants. It's worth finding out what those items are worth during such a strong market. Before you give anything away, get it checked out at Bellevue Rare Coins in Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah, and Tacoma. Go to BellevueRareCoins.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish! If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
For 24 years, Sea Star Restaurant and Ron Bar has been Bellevue's and my go-to for fresh seasonal seafood. And my good friend, Chef John Howie, is behind every plate.
Hey, thanks, Brock. You know, springtime is the best time for fresh, wild Pacific Northwest salmon. At Sea Star, we go from Columbia River King, my personal favorite, to the Copper River King in May.
So whether it is a date night, whether it's a business dinner, or you're craving the very best wild salmon, go visit John Howie at Sea Star in Bellevue. Visit Sea Star in Bellevue.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, I was just saying this is my favorite part of the week, the anticipation of my work week anyway, ending. I know for some of you still have the rest of the day ahead of you, but hey, it's Friday, man. Be anticipatory for what should be a great, great weekend here in Seattle. Don't forget Mother's Day, of course, on Sunday. Hopefully you've got your brunch spot picked out or whatever you like to do for Mother's Day. We will be going to brunch. And then actually Cecily's hockey team that's now done, but her hockey team from last year has one last event. We had some extra ice time, and there's going to be a full family scrimmage. So all the kids and then any adults who have hockey equipment, which I do, and I'm supposed to go play. So hopefully I don't injure myself. I'm really playing just to try to run Cecily. That's the only reason I'm going. I want to knock her down. But we'll see what happens. Let me open up the phones, 866-979-3776. We will start today with Isabel in Chicago. Good morning, Isabel.
Morning. So today I mixed things up, calling from Chicago.
Nice.
Because we went to Wrigley Field yesterday and the Cubs won.
Okay. You're usually in Iowa, right? You drove up from Iowa to Chicago?
Yeah. And then I just wanted to tell Brock that my trip to Rome was really good too.
Okay,
and
good.
we got to go to the Coliseum.
Nice. What did you think of Wrigley Field? Was it incredible?
Wrigley Field was awesome, and today's my birthday.
Oh, whoa. How old are you today?
10.
10. Okay, nice.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Isabel. What are we doing to celebrate?
We went shopping.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got clothes and Starbucks.
Oh, Starbucks? Nice. All right.
Yep.
Last question. What's the order at Starbucks?
Well, I got hot chocolate and I got a pastry.
Nice.
And I went to the Starbucks that was 4 stories tall.
Unbelievable. Isabel, I got to tell you, you're just a couple years away from getting a job here. That's all I can tell you. Thank you for the phone calls. As always, 10 today. When do you think we can bring in Isabel? 16? Is that kind of the age where you can start to bring in people to work here?
I mean, you'd have to miss school to do this show, wouldn't you?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, she's in Iowa. I mean, you should come to the big city
true.
here in Seattle. Man, she's one impressive kid. I love that she calls the show. All right, let's see what else we got. 866-979-3776. We'll go to CJ in Seattle. Good morning, CJ.
Good morning. I'm going to go with first of all, how's your morning? It's going good?
It's going great, man. It's going great.
Awesome. Every Friday is.
It is now after Stacy scared the living daylights. I legitimately was afraid. Maura will tell you, I legitimately looked like I'd seen a ghost. You just never know in the world, man. And I was I didn't know what I had said. Sometimes I black out doing this show. And I was like, what could I have possibly said that would make Stacy mad? And maybe she was thinking of something I'd said a long time ago and who knows? So, God, She's not invited back.
Hey, man. Y'all are Monday through Friday, comes in all shapes and forms. But I'm going to go Mariners as a subject, and I'm just going to say I agree with you. Steal to the pin. I think that'd better it. And then I'm also excited to have help me here. New third baseman, what's his name?
Brendan Donovan.
Him going back to just the super utility role, because I was excited when we got him, but less excited when I thought he'd play every day at third. Just because, like,
well, I don't think they can do that yet. I mean, how do you see that happen? Because I think he's going to come back and just play third.
I'm hoping that we'll call up Emerson once he starts getting better. I mean, I think it was always the plan to not bring him up while the weather was cold. I foresee that to be like a strategy with hitters. We skip them the first month at T-Mobile. And so, I'm hoping they kind of do that. And I'm also hoping at DH, they just consolidate it to letting Canzone and Cal on his rest go those days and get rid of I don't know. I feel like with Rayleigh and Ref Snyder, too many guys, kind of the same player, rotating right, A lot of our bench is allocated just towards shuffling right fielders, I think. And
yeah, I think I appreciate the call. So there's a lot in there to dig into. Let's see if we can kind of take them one by one. On Donovan, I think he's going to come back and play third. I don't think Colt Emerson's ready. I like the idea, and I'd never really thought of it, of kind of saving young prospects from the cold here in Seattle and waiting to bring them up until the weather is better. I had not really considered that as something that you could do, but it makes perfect sense. I mean, I don't know if that's what the Mariners would be thinking, but I actually kind of like the thought behind it. It doesn't sound like he's ready. So at least for now, you're still going to see, I think, Brendan Donovan playing third day in, day out. That's just kind of going to be his job. And look, his bat is the reason he's here, and they need it back in the lineup. There's no doubt. Now, as for the Luke Rayleigh, Dom Canzone, I don't know whether you've looked recently at the numbers for the Mariners this year of the guys that have started enough games. So Donovan wouldn't count, nor would Will Wilson. The two highest OPSs on the team belong to Luke Rayleigh and Dominic Canzone. True story. The two highest OPSs on the team belong to Luke Rayleigh and Dominic Canzone. 821 and 803. If you prefer OPS plus because it relates it to the league, remember 100 is league average. Luke Rayleigh is 32% better than league average, and that's even after a fairly prolonged slump. Canzone at 128, right behind him. After that would be Randy, who's had a pretty good start to the year offensively. He's at 120. So I don't know. I don't know that I see it that way. I do think you want those guys playing a fair amount in right and in at the DH spot. But you also got to recognize that those numbers are high because they're only hitting against righties. And if they were hitting lefties regularly, believe me, those numbers would drop a lot. They need Robles back. And I do think he'll get back at some point, not that because he's an incredible player, but just because he balances out this lineup. He gives them more of a bench. He allows them to pinch run late in game. He just brings more to the table. And I do think he should, when he returns, just gives them a few more options. Just a few more options. Did I miss anything in there? Was that everything he wanted? I think that was everything he got to. 866-979-3776 clears a line if you want to jump in. Let me try Adam in Olympia. What's up? Good morning, Adam.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I don't think I've seen this brought up anywhere, so I wanted to just float the idea. And it's not something that I actually agree with.
Okay.
But it's kind of a funny idea, which is the NFL owners rigged the Super Bowl for Seattle this year.
Well, okay, couple things. Thank you.
I was waiting for that. Perfect. And the reason why is because all the owners could easily agree that Seattle should win the Super Bowl because all of them will be getting more money. Their teams will be valued higher if Seattle wins because they were forced to sell in this offseason. That's the conspiracy theory.
So here's a couple. First of all, how did they do it? Could they have gotten this? The Seahawks blew the Patriots' doors off. There wasn't like an iffy call or this. Like, they were just a better team from start to finish. Like, it would be easier to understand a conspiracy if there were a couple of things that went awry. But there was nothing fluky, nothing weird. They were just, I mean, they out-hit them, out-everything them. They were just better over the course of a 60-minute football game. It wasn't close. Now, as for the proposed, trying to drive up the price for the sale, would I put that past NFL owners? Absolutely not. I absolutely think the league would be happy to do something like that. But how about this story? If they did it, it is not working. This is Adam Schefter tweeting Seth Wickersham's story today, saying the Seahawks are expected to set a record for a price paid for the NFL franchise, but the sale of the team is drawing softer than expected interest. That surprise you at all? Seahawks sale drawing softer than expected interest. It's soft, a team owner said of the market for the Seahawks. There isn't as much action as there was with Denver and Washington, another executive said, referring to the most recent past two franchise sales. I'm guessing those are not Seahawks people who said that. I'm going to guess those are coming from other people in the league. The sources who spoke to ESPN said the situation was fluid, but added that there are doubts among NFL owners and executives about whether the Seahawks sale, after Sports Business Insider speculated it would spark a bidding war and that the franchise would fetch up to $11 billion, will even eclipse the $10 billion mark. They said they believe that the team will sell for slightly above $9 billion, which would still be a record price for an NFL team. League spokesman declined comment. Spokesman for the Allen estate told ESPN that there's no news to share, and a Seahawks spokesperson deferred to the estate's statement. So there you go. That's kind of the latest on that. We've been talking throughout the day about some of the various ownership possibilities, but that brings into just a couple of people around the league saying that the sale price might be a little softer than expected. So if they did fix it, obviously it didn't do enough. In the meantime, I don't really care what they sell for. It's not really all that important to me. I guess in theory, you want them to sell for not that much. The less they sell for, the more money that owner has to go put into other things, right? The less they have to jack up ticket prices. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you want them to sell for that much, I think, as a fan. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me go to David in Longview. Good morning, David.
Hi there.
What's up?
Hey, hi there. One piece of advice. When it comes to Stacy, make your peace while you can.
Fair enough.
Hey, when I'm thinking about Luis Castillo, I'm nervous when he's coming up in the rotation because it seems like he's off a little bit. Maybe he's not throwing that changeup that he used to be able to really use, and it worries me. I mean, could he go if he went back to the bullpen? Do you think he could fix it? And here's another caveat: Bryce Miller. I mean, he at the major league level, will he be consistent like he was in times past? What do you think?
Well, I mean, look, that's obviously speculation, but yes, I do think I have no reason not to think that Bryce will be good. He had issues at times last year, but I think for the most part, they were related to his arm never feeling comfortable. I mean, he had injury issues that were problematic for him throughout the year. He got those fixed, kind of had some issues again in spring training. So as long as he's healthy, yeah, I expect Bryce Miller to be really good. He's in the prime of his career. He's a good pitcher. I don't know that I can't promise he's going to be healthy. But if he's healthy, I would absolutely expect him to be good. As for Luis and does go into the bullpen fix his problems, there's no way to know unless you try. Generally, it does. I mean, generally, you get to go full go rather than, trying to hold back. Stacy had a good point earlier saying, all right, well, then why is he better second or third time through than he is first time through? Well, maybe he's saving himself for the second time through. Right? Maybe he's not letting loose early because he knows he's got to keep some in reserve for later. So what happens if he just goes out there and throws 25 pitches as hard as he can? Maybe really good things. So I am open to it. I don't love it. It's not what I would want to do. I think it's a bummer that we're in this spot. Lyle, you raised a good point that eventually Kate Anderson's going to be here also. And how's Luis going to survive 2 extra people in this rotation. It just doesn't seem possible. Am I convinced Emerson Hancock lasts all year? No, I still probably have a little doubt, but the change in the arm angle, the change with the sweeper, I think he's just been so good that it's impossible to imagine taking him out of the rotation right now. And so I do think I do it. I swallow hard. I don't love it, but I do think it's what I do.
Well, and this is why I still come back to the Phantom IL thing, which is why, in my opinion, I feel like that's the route that would make the most sense because you don't have to make the decision yet on moving him to the bullpen. Eventually this summer, especially if you really think Cade Anderson's going to get up this year and contribute, then I feel like it becomes more of a conversation. But right now, especially if there's another injury in a couple weeks, you could pull him off the Phantom IL.
It is a good point. Not only that, but like, yeah, if Bryce comes back and isn't effective or right away hurts something, like, yeah, you save yourself. I just don't know how long it was. Luis, such a rubber-armed guy. I don't know. I don't get the sense it would take him forever to go from one to the other. I don't think it would be that hard for him. And I do think they need the help in the pen right now. I mean, like at the end of the day, while throwing him on the shelf would be great, like it's really hard for me to imagine a Phantom IL stint for Luis Castillo while Josh Simpson and Jose Suarez are taking innings for you. That'd be hard for me to be okay with. So, yeah, I get your point, Lyle, and I kind of been there with you in the past. But as I look at where they're at, and that's why I think you do the, hey, it's not you, it's me thing. Like, we just need help in the pen. Just need help in the pen right now. 866-979-3776.
Real
Mick.
quick, little tiny bit of break.
Hold on.
Sorry, nothing that big. But
Mick, hold on.
There will be no replacement officials in the NFL.
Oh,
ESPN's Kalen Collar says that the NFL Refs Association and the NFL have reached a collective bargaining agreement.
Kalen Collar, by the way, ever since being the pool reporter at the Super Bowl, is on fire.
Yeah.
She's killing it. Well, good news. That's great to hear. We've been sort of heading towards that for a little while, but definitely good news.
It's official now.
That is good to hear. All right, Mick, what's going on? Mick? It is Mick, right? Line one. Mick? Hello, going once, going twice. Mick.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Hey. All right, what's up?
Yeah, I was on the floor with Lily the Welsh Terrier, who wants me to say that what Dan Wilson should do is get a fresh copy of the Dennis Eckersley story to give to Luis Castillo, because he could be that kind of pitcher.
Yeah, Eck obviously started his career as a starter, in Boston, I believe, before eventually going to Oakland and becoming one of the great closers of all time. I don't remember what age he was at when that happened. I'm just looking it up as we're talking. So excuse me as I try to do two things at once. Luis is 32, if I'm not mistaken. When Eckersley moved to the pen... Hold on. That was basically, age 32. How about that? He said a little refresh on the Eckersley story. Eck moved to the pen, had his first save in 1987 at age 32. The next year was when he really became dominant, age 33. He had 45 saves, 39, 48, 43, 51, 36, 19, 29, 30, 36. All the way up until his last year when he went back to Boston and wasn't a closer anymore. Still, I mean, at age 42, Eck was getting it done for the Cardinals for a couple of years, 36 and 30 saves. Unbelievable. What a great career. Lyle, you're too young to remember Eck. He was a blast to watch.
He was a Hall of Famer.
So fun to watch.
All I know, though, is if the Mariners play the Dodgers in the World Series, I don't want to see Shohei Ohtani hurt coming off the bench in Game 1 to face Luis Castillo.
Limping up there. And no, I like the idea, though. I that's a great comp. That's a really good comp. I'm intrigued by it. I would have guessed Eck was younger. Started with Cleveland. I forgot that he started with Cleveland. I knew he was a starter in Boston. Eck had some great years. Did you realize how good he was as a starter before he became such a great reliever?
He was a little bit like Smoltz, right? Where he was a great starter and reliever.
Yeah, I knew him, because his great starting years were in the late 70s, early 80s, so before my time. He put up a 7.3 win season in Boston in 1978. That's pretty ridiculous, huh? That's pretty crazy.
It's crazy. It's funny, the biggest memories I have of him, because I'm really obviously too young to have gotten to watch him and watch him consistently. You just get to see a lot of the highlights. Unfortunately, for as great a career as he had, the two memories I have are The home run he gave up to Kirk Gibson, and then late in that 95 year, Tino hit a walk-off home run.
Oh, really?
Him. Yeah.
Funny. Yeah, he was a great pitcher, and he's an eccentric dude. He called games. I don't know if he still does, but he called games for the Red Sox for a while, and he's kind of like Buhner. I mean, he's kind of like got his own language that he speaks. They have a lot in common in the way they kind of talk about the game. Great player, great pitcher. I like the comp. Same age. Didn't even think about that, but maybe another reason to get Luis out there in the pen and see what happens. All right, we'll finish up one more. Paul's in Renton. Paul will get the last word this morning. Paul, good morning. What do you got?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Hey, I was listening to you this week on your podcast, and you brought up a few things about the inconsistency about the Mariners, the mental errors, the physical errors, the questionable in-game decisions for both the players and Dan, and then
controllable versus
the sloppy play.
Yeah, the controllable.
Exactly, and I think the majority of the focus here is Dan in the front office because the injuries they've led to depth issues. That's completely on the front office. In the in-game decisions, I think that both Dan and the front office, I don't think Dan fully understands the direction at times of what the front office is giving him, and he can't execute that properly when it comes to the in-game decisions. Just leaving Rayleigh or pulling Rayleigh in the sixth, and you can't use him later in the game is a huge highlight. But then also, just speaking of Rayleigh, it's like some of the bad play, the mental errors, and I think that too, it falls on the players, but then it's back to Dan. So I think there's a lot of focus where I know Dan's a young manager, but he really needs to grow himself this year. There's a lot of challenges here with the injuries he's facing, but he needs to figure out a way to get this team back because that's one of his responsibilities. To your point, being a manager is reducing all of these mental, physical errors, and a lot of the sloppy plays.
It is. I mean, whether it's fair or not, that does sort of fall on the manager, right? In getting everyone to control what they can control, building a culture, building a system, having the right amount of support and grace, but also the right amount of accountability. Whatever you got to do to make sure you're getting the most out of your players. That's why we talk about the controllable. You're not going to be able to improve somebody's range. I mean, you can, I guess, with the way you position them, but like you're not going to get to improve somebody's range, but you can absolutely improve, the concentration by having them focused, and I do think that that's what coaching is about at the major league level. So yeah, I do think that reflects. Of course, it does. It did, and when teams play clean, we credit the manager. Like we've gone in both directions here. Dan's strength has been in the culture that he's set up. There's no doubt. He's empowered his players. He's allowed them to lead, and it's led to a tremendous amount of success here in the early part of his career. This is the next challenge. This is the next thing. And if he's able to put this together, he could end up being a superstar at this. And if not, we'll see where it goes. Like that's just sort of where they're at right now. All right, we got to go. We're done. We're done for the week. We're done.
Full Kirk Cousins interview is up on YouTube now.
Good. Worth watching.
And the NFL just announced the full schedule will be released on Thursday.
Love the schedule. Not really. I'm not a big schedule guy, other than that it allows me to figure out when I'm going to take vacation. Well, I mean, I can't take vacations on Mondays during the season. So my interest in the schedule is probably different from everyone else's. I grant that. You play who you play. Just bring it on, man. Whoever you play, that's who you play. What do you think, 5 or 6 primetime games? I'm going 5.
Sounds right.
I'm going 5. All right, have a great weekend, everybody. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Don't forget. And we'll be back Monday morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay is in the barn. And don't listen to Bump and Stacy up next. Don't do it, whatever you do.
Get to the chopper! Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
so there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here, and you've heard me talk about a local company for over a year now I really love working with, Harley Exteriors. You can expect a no-pressure consultation, they're great people to work with, and their windows are beautiful. I recently met with them, and I was excited to hear about the many Seattle sports listeners they've worked with. And now, Harley Exteriors has stepped up with a can't-miss offer. Right now, get $450 off each new window, $1,000 off each patio or entry door, 12-month or 18-month no interest, no payment options, plus $200 off your final project total. If that isn't enough to get you started on a new project, I don't know what is. Schedule a consultation just like I did. Give them a call at 833-HARLEY, that's HARLEY, or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Minimum purchase of 4 windows required for window discount. Qualifying windows must be 36 by 36 or larger. No size minimum on patio or entry doors. Financing subject to credit approval. Cannot be combined with other offers outside this promotion. Offer valid through May 31st.
This baseball season, Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. John Curley here. Get the price of a new heating and AC system in just 60 seconds on your phone with no pressure, no waiting. Just a few questions and you get a winning personalized price. That's a home run. And if your system is over 12 years old, it could be costing you up to 20% more or could soon fail. Score a personalized price for a new system in 60 seconds at homecomfortalliance.com. Call the comfort people. Home Comfort Alliance.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber, connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
My first car sale was from Michigan. I get this lead. This guy had been looking for this very specific truck across the whole U.S., and he's concerned about rust. And I'm like, why don't we FaceTime? I will crawl beneath the truck. I literally was on my back beneath this vehicle, showing him all the welds that he wanted to see. He agreed, put down a deposit, held the truck, flew out that night from Michigan. I picked him up at the airport. He had his cashier's check. We went through everything, and that was my first car sale. So here's the catch. If you're willing to put a limit on what you're willing to do to be a good person, to help somebody out, or to help in the community, then that limit exists. So you don't. You just do what it takes to be the type of person you want to be and to help people like you hope that they would help you. And it doesn't matter. You just do what it takes.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
Vesey & Sons Incorporated reminds parents the fatal crash rate for teens peaks at age 19, and we lose nearly 8 kids every day. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, text behind the wheel, or ride with anyone who is. Always designate a sober driver, call a parent or rideshare, and let's bring our children home safely. A message from the entire team at Vesey & Sons Incorporated. Family owned for over 60 years, and wishing all our kids a safe and successful future.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let him know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground